Okay, it looks like we're actually working now. So, sorry about the little technical bump there. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern, where Mongo refuses to do his job and get rid of the machine gremlins.
I tried.
Yeah, instead you insult our god, and this is what happens.
How did I know what meant?
Yeah, this is all your fault, bud. This is on you. You're demoted to talking sock puppet.
Damn.
Just gotta find someone to operate it and call you
No.
Oh, look! The stone giant wants to wear you. God. Ever been suspended by your nipples? You're about to find out.
No.
Just grab onto.
No. Don't add to it. Don't. No.
Is that how you make a Mongo flail?
No, you make Mongo flail by, just putting him in water. Start.
Grab, like, something attached to Mongo and just swing him around
That's how you make a siren.
with deadly claws.
You wear armor, bud. We can get you some spiky armor and swing you around like that.
Honestly?
Oh, God. He is the brooding one. We could literally make him a morning star.
Put him on a stick.
So, let me guess. When him and Kippa have a child, their name's going to be Lucy. And if one is fuzzy, Fur. So you have Lucy and Fur. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern. We apologize for the few errors that we had there to start. We apologize. Again, Tom didn't do his job. Nikolai got distracted. But we're here. We're jumping in to the session. And hey, Mongo, recap what happened to you last game. Get on it, bud.
Fuck.
Pitter patter.
He finally met Sunny.
And you were so disappointed
That
by
is
her.
not true, and you fucking know it.
Everybody was so expressive about Sunny, but yet you were over there just being meek and quiet.
Because somebody kept talking and wouldn't shut up. Not the DM, somebody else.
I love how you specify that.
Yeah, Plume Tree showed up again, confused a few folk. And then a big talking mushroom.
It's not a big talking mushroom. They're actually only about 2 feet tall.
Sorry, a Mongo-sized talking mushroom.
I mean, mushrooms are usually like this big, so 2 feet that's big.
Yeah. And they kind of miscalculated the re-entry of the portal that they cast and kind of sent Sunny face first into the floor.
Unfortunately, not sunny side up.
Yeah. I totally missed that joke last session. I'm sorry.
Yep, you're slipping.
Yeah, I'm getting old, what can I say?
Pretty soon you're just going to start telling normal jokes and not dad jokes.
That's not...
You're losing your edge there, Tom. You need to sharpen up.
He needs to stop edging.
Yeah, we already got one edgelord in the group there, broody boy.
Whoa. Took a moment to register there. Calm the fuck down.
So yeah, she came kind of skipping across the floor, leaving a bit of blood trail. But yeah, it turns out she's okay.
Sirmir saved her.
Yeah, Samir with big fucking save. Go see a well-dressed orc named Not Important. Saw her go through the portal, flung a blade at her, and without even really realizing what the fuck happened, Samir just kind of moved from one side of the room to the other, caught the blade, snapped it in half, because it was vibrating all magically like.
For your unpleasure.
Yeah. And yeah, we got to
Good doggy.
meet my sister.
Yeah, you also got to meet the War Council.
Yeah.
Well, the entire council. It's not a war council.
Yeah.
Even though Nikolai wants to turn it into a war council.
Yeah.
Did not.
Bullshit. Talking about making a three-pronged attack. You're drawing up battle plans. We don't even know the name of the fucking continent.
Doesn't matter. We'll take over
It's
a new one.
called planning.
It's not the name of the continent.
No, Nikolai's doing. It's thinking ahead. Thinking of
Think about
possibilities
beheading.
and options.
Lord of the Bell.
Nikolai,
Yes.
your tag, you're at.
Samir also decided to go visit the fancy orc.
Singing the praises of a
Singing a centaur war chant all happy and gleefully, which made a few people a little nervous.
Let's see.
Because I was unspecific on how he should deal with the problem.
I mean,
I
he did ask
believe-
for specifications.
I believe the only specifications I gave him were
Was here.
have fun.
They were.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so what happened with Nikolai? Got his family moved into the Obscura house in the Tinkering Guild there. Made a bomb-ass breakfast, apparently, for everybody.
Hugged everybody.
Hugged everybody. I got to hug everybody. It was so cool.
including the death birds.
Yeah. Except Osling, she was very threatening. Let's see. After that, about the only thing that really happened was going to the first council meeting the selected representative.
And he immediately said, I reject this gnome, I want this person instead. And this person can go fuck themselves.
Jeez!
You're
Wow!
so mean. Why would you reject them?
Jeez. Just interjecting like stuff that doesn't happen there. Jeez. But he did send
Flirt
a
with
note
the
to
gnome.
his friend, who is also a moon mouse, offering her an opportunity to.
Stab him in the face.
That wasn't the opportunity he was offering, but offered her the opportunity of, options, potential connections to make more money and stuff if she represents my family, I guess. My name.
You got a letter back saying see you in 2 days because she's going to stab you.
Yeah.
Which you haven't shared with anybody yet.
Well, no, it was read out loud.
Oh, yeah. So you're all aware.
The guy was like, I just read it. And met his sister, who is, even to a certain degree, more crazy than Nikolai.
Hard to fucking imagine. Huh?
And that's about all I remember where we left off was in those conversations.
Oh, yeah, and Sonny turned the entire table into a marble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nikolai's sister's crazy. I prefer her not to touch me. Again.
Why?
Don't know her, don't want to know her.
Oh, she's actually quite lovable if you get to know her.
She
I'll
could
know her
build the
from 100
centaur
feet
some roller
distance.
skates.
She's
She
a
could build
little...
you some roller skates.
Oh, my God. Don't get the... Then she can start the actual druidic roller derby.
Yeah, you said that would be cool. You'd be down with that.
Too many bodies to pile up.
Yeah, sign a waiver, cast a couple of spells. If they die, they poof away.
Scabbard,
Yes.
Enter at your own
you're up.
risk.
Well, one of the bigger bombshells that happened was definitely learning about the fact that Scabbard and Kippa are actually not king and queen, but emperor and empress. And I'm pretty sure I don't know how to handle that one there, Chief. But also learning a bit more about the family within the home that Nikolai's father had created.
Now he's not going to just be like, I'm Scabbard of Essencrest. He's going to be like, I am Emperor Scabbard.
We're gonna need to get him a bigger helmet because I think his head size just went up.
No.
More or less gonna need to get a permanent bubble so people don't try to remove said head to wall mount it.
Oh,
But learned
Double
that,
wrap
that
armor.
the family, the Obscura, were pretty big pranksters, apparently. And a prank was pulled on Scavard that was originally intended for someone else.
Yeah, you kind of glossed over what happened to Mongo with said prank that was
I had to remember certain shit.
intended for someone else.
Now at the council table, where everyone was meeting at the group, Scavard also learned that Kippa knows an entirely different dialect of Kobold, one that he wasn't expecting. So there was that interesting little thing that happened. Of course, the events that occurred with the rest of the family and siblings, and yeah, that's pretty much about the gist of it.
Diane. The one with the phobia of getting hugged by a flying squirrel.
Not a phobia, just a dislike of it. She prefers being tall and certain members staying the size that they are and not able to be at eye level and hug her without asking consent first instead of just fucking pulling them in for a hug.
It's just
Annoying little headdress tassel.
Wow.
But after having probably a pretty terrible hangover and then getting ready to go to the council meeting, Cayenne made her way up to where everyone was needing to meet to discuss all of the family matters. Osling and Alufa showed up a little later after Cayenne had met the assistant
The
to
senior
her
masochist.
representative.
Coin showed up later too with your assistant because they were both out drinking.
Yep.
I got plenty of glares from Kippa.
Oh, yeah. Kippa kept getting interrupted right when it seemed like she was getting to important information because a door would open. Even Sir Mir got glared at because he showed up late. Then a whole bunch of fun happened when a portal was summoned and another Mongo decided to come flying through and paint the floor with little streaks of red. I say another Mongo in the most loving way, not in a bad way. Because I'm sure once once Sunny warms up to everyone, you two are gonna be hard to tell apart
I'm
in
fluffier.
mannerisms and personality.
I'm fluffier. She's more sleek fur.
And then it's finding out more about Sunny. Then got the portal opened to Nikolai's sister, who needs to stay away and no longer inspect any kind of centaurs for any reason whatsoever. Unless she wants to be food. Because that can be arranged. I'm pretty sure the birds haven't had anything to eat in a few hours.
And Osling hasn't met her yet.
Not yet. I think I may save her from that fate.
What if we already know each other and turn out a lot less friends?
Then that's something that Cayenne is completely unaware of and can deal with at a distance. But other than that, nothing much really happened.
Got to see your parents' room.
Aside from seeing the parents' room and not getting pranked like everyone else.
Oh, but you did find the stash, and
Did-
so did the birds.
And so did Osling. She was seeing every color and number in different hues and shapes.
She was experiencing the electric rainbow.
Very.
Also, we found a big ass mural
Found the mural
of
and
the family.
Yep.
learned about companions and familiars.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's-
Scabbard got to see his mom's sword.
Oh, that's right. There's a giant sword embedded in a wall that he not gonna be able to move that by
Abyssal
himself.
Phoenix?
No, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. A lunar phoenix. Which is permo dead.
Yeah.
Yep. Mongo's like, fuck yes.
No.
Oh, that's right. And one
I
of
was
the
kind
big
of
things
hoping
we
the
learned,
bird would
too.
go to Sunny.
Many enemies and allies from the various
Ah.
regions.
So, we're going to pick up at the table after Kippa regains basically control of it. She looks around to you guys. You can split off to the various rooms and meet the people that are your associates and speak with them in private. Nikolai, I assume you're dismissing her as your counsel?
No,
Okay.
she never accepted anything. She just said she was going to come here and stab me.
Do you want any guards present for that, or are you just going to accept the stabbing?
That's what they call flirting. Euphemism, sort of.
I really don't think she's going to actually stab
She
me.
looks over. So if they miss a vital organ, does that mean I love you? If they hit a vital organ, that means I'm not interested?
I really don't know.
I don't know what he's talking about.
She looks very perplexed at this.
The nice people have mysterious ways.
But, what was her name?
Right?
No, the person, the gnome that,
I'm not telling
Prism.
you.
okay, I wrote it down. You said Prism? Yeah, I think you're right.
Sounds where like rainbows go when they get arrested.
It's like, no, but I do value the selection of Prism here. I
Will hurt you.
They only go there when they get a light sentence.
just thought it was a good opportunity to offer
You're within punching range.
So it was a good opportunity to offer a very important, valuable friend opportunity to advance. If she accepts, then we'll have that discussion.
Shrugs. And Prism just kind of like... She looks at the rest of the council and was like, first down the job in front of him, I'm already fired. And she's saying this in Gnomish.
Wow. So, yeah, let's go talk or whatever, right?
Yeah. So, let's see. I'm gonna roll a 4-sided die and see who gets on the chopping block first. For the... Cayenne! You're taken off to one of the side rooms that's attached to this with the council, and yeah, you're free to talk to them. They have some documents with them and a few other things. You can tell that they've been working in this room on essentially your family things. And they sit down and scroll, and it looks very old, and they slide it forward, and you can see it's the same documents that your mother signed and your father signed for their king and queenship, essentially.
I guess basically I would just look over the documents because I don't have any specific questions I would ask or anything, at least not that I can think of right now.
And, yeah. You, look at the one for your father, and it shows that he was, and it helps you you smile probably a little bit at the notion of like where he wrote in the name of his actual location for the actual kingship, which is the mountains on the, which is the mountains of the, as you were told, of the continent, and they're referred to as the Hellgate Mountains.
The Hellgate Mountains?
Yes.
Why am I not fucking surprised that the big ass barbarian centaur wanted to name them Hellgate Mountains?
Well, the reason why you can actually ask the centaur there why they're called that.
I think I will, because Cayenne would probably grin at this, and there would be a little bit of a snicker, or at least like a choke to try to stifle it.
She looks over and she's like, milady, let it out. You can laugh.
Hellgate.
Oh, yes, the Hellgate Mountains. They're too large. Basically, they almost look like horns sticking out of the actual continent. And between it is your mother's forest. And in order to actually get to the kingdoms, they have to travel through those two giant pillars. And there's a lot of floating mountains between them. And since they're representative of a gate entering the continent, that's why they're referred to as the Hellgate. Basically, if you come through there, you're going to face hell against the Centaur tribes to actually invade the continent.
Your parents are so fucking badass. Just everything they fucking do is just like a heavy metal cover. It's so fucking great. I goddamn love it.
Do you just hear Thunder Horse playing in the background?
Thor's just doing death metal.
Thor is just drinking his favorite mead and just playing Guitar Hero.
No,
Through fire and flame.
no. Air guitar. And he's just got Mjolnir turned around like he's fucking rocking out.
Oh my god.
That's a hell of an image.
Oh boy.
And your mother's essentially kingdom was the Haslem Forest, which is essentially described as the forest that goes between the mountains and leads up to the actual first other city. It's a massive forest.
The first other city?
Of one of the other noble families.
Which family city's the closest to my parents?
That would be the Bright Perch Pass, which was. They look at each other for a few moments. Is it the Munchkin Tabaxi? Amongo's parents.
Yeah. Yeah.
That pans out. That pans out a lot.
The satyr speaks up. Bright Perch Pass is actually quite a terrifying place to go if you're looking for trouble. If you manage to make it out of the forest alive, and out of the mountains alive, you have to deal with Bright Perch Pass, which was reinforced as a strong gate city by the rest of the family essentially having very large cannons and weapons to defend it so that people couldn't get any further into the city. It was also a magical strong point because the entire continent runs along a ley line.
Okay.
Your parents believed in fortification, all of them, and they intertwined and worked together to basically make each pass basically dangerous to whittle down any army before they can even get to Essencrest. If you made it to Essencrest, there would only probably be a few soldiers left standing there.
They probably got a fucking warm welcome. Like, well, you made it through everything else. Like, fuck, we might as well say hi.
Fuck, his mom just walks down with a sword and done. Goes back to the castle.
Hello. Time to die.
Either that or you just see from the castle just this big fucking spinning thing and just all of a sudden peeled like a banana.
Welcome. You must die.
Congratulations, here's your reward. A swift death. So, you do find out that, that it led to the closest city, which was Brightperch Pass, which is Mongo's parents' city. And then from there, it went on deeper into the content. You also find out that, due to your mom's druidic nature, she actually worked with the Trident tribes. The Sea Elves, essentially. And because of the ley lines and working with wizards, all other sides of this content were unapproachable because you would be destroyed by the waves and natural elements.
Very nice.
One way in, one way out.
Yeah. And the centaur, she just kind of laughs. There's actually rumors that your mom made a bargain that she would help the druids with an issue if they, in turn, helped her with a certain issue of defending the ocean. Well, boats are good, while large, sharp, jagged obsidian rocks are good to crash things into. You need something a bit larger, and there's rumors, we haven't been able to confirm or deny, that there is a rather large, grumpy ally surrounding the continent that swims there.
What?
So, if you were to actually approach the island, and you were to try to actually go down along it, it's basically a long, sharp, jagged rock face of obsidian, going down about, she looks over at the satyr, it's like, in modern terms, they designed the oceanic trench around your continent that they defended, and there's apparently a kraken that lives there.
Okay.
And from the rumors that we hear and the very few contractual pieces that we can find, the kraken was helped with an issue and thus defends the continent with its life against any enemies of the family.
Okay then.
It's definitely better to have a Kraken friend than a Kraken enemy.
They look over and they're like, is it one of the papers we found that the kraken was actually pulled from the elemental plane of water? The satyrs kind of shrugs. Maybe we can't confirm it because we can't confirm that there's an actual kraken in there. Nobody wants to deal with it. But the sea elves don't even want to deal with it. You're like, God damn, my parents are hardcore.
So fucking
If there is a kraken, that would definitely be an interesting creature to meet.
Terrifying creature to meet. Especially if it's been living in the elemental plane of water. Because there is no size stopping them from growing there. So you're able to examine the documents. There's a new document that's basically combining both of them together. That's basically an amended version of the document. And there's a place for you to sign and a place for Osling to sign on the document. To basically accept the nobility and take over everything.
I'm gonna read through it and get Osling to read through hers as well.
She's still back out there stoned. Or is she here? No, she's here.
She's
Yeah.
already here. She came in late with the loofah.
That's right, she came in late with the loofah. Loofah swung by, picked her up.
Mm-hmm. Helping her to sober up, basically.
Yeah. Let's just say she's standing in a corner looking like the dreaded anime character with the lines behind her, like, oh god. So you're going to probably have to drag her out of the darkest corner over there to be like, you got to read this too.
I'd be keeping her with me.
Yeah. Mongo, you're there with Coin. And your sister.
She's still freaking out about the table.
She's just looking around and she's freaking out and she's like, puts her hands in her pockets.
Okay, I don't know exactly how you did that with the table, but that was so fucking cool.
And she looks terrified and she instantly skitters underneath the nearest
What? No,
nearest table.
no, that was awesome. Look under table. Hello.
And she's in the far back underneath the table and Coin's like, She leans in next to you, she's like, trauma.
You saw the thing with the table? That was awesome.
Yes, but think of what she was dealing with.
Oh, yeah, no, they're not going to be breathing much longer.
Coin leans over, looks under the table. Coin's like, so we need to talk about the business stuff. And she just puts the contract sign there.
Can I read it first?
Oh, right, yeah, right.
Don't get me wrong, I mean, I'm sure it's all on the up and up, but it's just like, I should probably learn, something
Did
about...
she just pats you on the back? Okay, Keen Mango.
Thank you, Queenie.
She just looks at you. You look cold.
Mm-hmm.
A little chilly over there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need it warmer in here?
I'll be okay.
So,
Like, what the hell is even the name of the area?
she looks at you and she's like, "Oh, yeah, your dad and mom were king and queen of Bright Perch Pass. It's a really cool place. They're actually looking to build a mage school there until things went south, and it just kind of ceased to be."
No. So, how do you... Just send me the name later.
So basically, it was all the cities in the continent were designed as war cities to be able to defend and basically whittle down any army that was stupid enough to attack.
So, like, everybody who lives there is a fucking soldier?
Anybody that lived there could actually defend themselves if they wanted to. There were free things by the militia of the entire city to learn how to fight, if you choose to defend your homeland.
I just don't understand why they're so eager to fight.
Coin's like, look, Mr. King Shit. If you were in a position of them of having lots of secrets and allies and power and these known adventurers could walk into any city and they knew who you were, wouldn't you want to defend your home?
Don't really remember having one.
Well, you have one to go back to, and your first job is to sign that document to actually go back home. She looks under the table, and yeah, your nobility too down there hiding in the back of the table. And your sister comes walking out, and she looks at the papers on the table, and she throws them off the table, and she heads for the door. She's like, I was born into nothing, and that's where I belong. And she just walks out the door.
Yeah, when she tries to open the door, Mage Hand it closed.
Let's see what happens. Oh, that's a 1. You slam it on her hand.
Oh, come on!
She rolled a 1 on her dex.
God damn it.
Not even an hour and you're already hurting her.
Shut it.
And she just sits there, and you hear her just start trying to, like, stifle the whimper, and she opens the door a little bit, and you see some blood on the actual easel.
No, come here.
And she just walks out the door.
Sonny!
Coin's like, you might want to go after.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Noodle's just sitting there on the table, like, and hops off the table and starts trying to gather all the papers back together.
Thank you, Noodle.
And you and Kip are in the main room, and you see Sunny come out of one of the side rooms, and she's holding her hand, and she's just kind of stomping off towards the large door to walk out.
Are you okay?
And she just ignores you and keeps her head down. And you see Mongo come trailing behind.
Mongo?
Kind of wave him off. Sonny! What? Come on, you just got here. You can't leave already.
And she stops at the big door because she's actually too small to open the damn door. And she just kind of turns around and she just looks at you, and she's got like a scar across her nose from something that happened a long time ago.
Oh, I'll find out in a minute.
Now she has a scar on her hand.
Shut it.
And yeah, there's like little droplets of blood just dripping on the ground where she's at.
I'm gonna try to take care of that.
She pulls her hand away.
Look, as far as the door thing goes, okay, that was an accident. But it's just like, we've at least got to get to know each other a little bit, right?
She looks at you from where she's saying, she's like, you can keep the nobility, you don't have to kill me for it.
I don't give a fuck about the nobility.
And you hear this from where you're at.
Okay.
And Kippa looks over like, she's like, who are you?
Your brother.
And she's like, you were never in my life until recently.
Yeah, I just found out that you were around. And literally like an hour later, I got a message from you saying that you were coming to visit.
I had to pull a lot of strings to send that message.
Now that we're finally in the same room, can we at least get to know each other a little bit?
She just puts out her bloody paw to shake your hand. Now your hand's gloopy.
Yep.
And she just walks back to the room with you, and Coin has all the documentation. She's like, we can sign this later. Why don't you guys order drinks?
I'll just break out the kit and start making drinks.
God.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Roll a concoction at disadvantage.
Oh, fuck.
Because you're nervous as fuck.
You just have your equipment with you at the battle.
He just reaches in his robe and pulls his toolkit out.
Yeah. Dude,
Got
they're
a
like
robe.
little bags of holding all over the fucking
Got a
place.
robe
Like,
with
why the
pockets of
fuck
holding.
wouldn't I?
That's yeah.
The prison pocket of holding.
Yep.
Get
No.
it stitched in today.
right, that's cocked.
So as you're doing that, Nikolai,
Yeah.
you're in the room with the representative, and your sister is walking around the room, and she's measuring the room, and she's writing this down on documentation.
Okay. Milla?
Uh,
Or Milla? Milla.
She's like, one moment.
By the
One-
way,
one-
my note says I wrote down Lady Prairie is the regent for House Watt. So I don't know where Prism came from. Or I'm completely wrong. I don't know.
Possibly. I'll get that to you.
Okay.
She just kind of motions over and shushes you up a little bit as she's walking around. And the gnome's just watching.
Alright, lady. Let her do what she wants. I don't know what to... I don't know how to express this, but I'm not like not wanting you to represent my family. That's not the situation. The people that have selected you, I trust them, and I suspect that you are, perfectly qualified. I just wanted to offer a friend of mine the opportunity if she so chose to and was qualified to do so. I would expect that if she wanted to pursue this, that you would assist her in achieving those goals.
She just crosses her arms. So you want me on this council still? So
Yes.
you want us both on the council?
If
And you
it's
hear from the back of
acceptable-
the room, you hear your sister. Ah, yes, I figured out the escape velocity of this room in case if we are attacked and how to destroy this entire structure by pulling a stone. We are securely safe.
She's a demolitions expert.
I do the same thing when I'm in a hostile place.
Why?
No,
I feel like I
Kyan's
shouldn't be
feelings-
surprised.
So warranted.
She knows how to destroy this entire place already.
We will have to share those notes, sister. So, do we have a better understanding? I mean, I'm not discounting you. I'm pleased and honored that you have accepted the responsibility.
Cog gave her personal recommendation letter for me.
Who?
Cog.
Oh,
She wrote my recommendation
That's
letter
amazing.
personally.
that's amazing. Well, so, are we more on the same page now?
You can buy me a drink later
Okay.
as forgiveness.
Okay. I will
My
do that.
price. I think you can afford that.
Okay. Well, you know how much money I have, so.
And you're like, oh god. The ones that know are just like, oh no.
So, can we start with you sharing with us, everything you know about our family? I only know my mother and father's names, essentially, and kind of what they do. I know little or to nothing about them, their legacy, their kingdom, whatever.
I know the documentation that I was presented with, which is their kingdom, and you hear something shatter in the background, and you see this head looking over like, what?
Is it Millen?
Yeah.
Sister, you need to come here.
She walks over.
You're part of this whole thing.
She's walking over, and you see her fashioning something in her little hands.
We'll take a look at what it is.
Investigation. Actually, tinkering.
Tinkering? Okay.
She's rigging a thermal detonator.
22.
you see her walking over, and you instantly smell the gunpowder as she's gets this cord and she's wrapping it around something, and you can see these tiny little glowing crystals in what looks like firecrackers. As she's just Why not? I'm preparing for the worst case scenario. I've already got it documented in case if things go wrong. A to C plan with subsections.
Okay.
I'm starting to like her.
Oh, it's okay for her to plan ahead of time, but not for Nikolai.
I'm planning on overthrowing an entire fucking country. She's just planning on getting out. There's a bit of a fucking difference.
Yeah. He's not wrong.
Well, we're safe here.
Come on, she might like
Safe
the
is a
kamikaze
relative
idea.
term to danger.
Yeah, because it's
There's
the
a-
opposite. Its relation is opposite.
There is still percentile markage of danger here. Always prepare for that percentile mark. And she pulls out a tape measure real quick while having that under her arm. She measures your height. Ah, excellent. And the gnome's like,
Oh god, I figured it out.
I thought you were eccentric, Nikolai.
So did I.
I know who she is now.
Who?
She's the demolitions guy from Atlantis
Vinny.
and MacGyver. Just in like a little squirrel body.
Which is terrifying.
Kinda, yeah.
What did you break back there?
Nothing of conscience.
Okay, well, it was of something of consequence.
Look, I needed some nails for a device so that I can actually declare someone maimed if they were to get in my direct path of exit.
Fucking shrapnel grenade.
Oh god, a nail bomb. Stavrid's specialty.
Cayenne's like, she's fucking insane. She's fucking insane. And she pauses for a minute. So, what is this business of nobility?
Yeah, apparently, we're the son and daughter of a king and queen.
Presumably they are dead or deceased, and that's why we're here.
Yeah.
Because normally kings and queens don't give a flying fuck about their nobility until they're on their deathbed and they have to press their heritage forward.
Yeah, that's presumably the only thing I heard about our parents is they're not on the material plane anymore.
I have dibs on Father's lap.
We will discuss
Couldn't even
this.
understand what you said.
The gnome's like, okay.
We
So,
will challenge each other for veto rights on Father's Lab. Does that sound fair?
and she just smiles. Oh God. She just smiles, and she just pulls her goggles down. Here and now, demolitions expert.
Not here and now. We have important stuff to do.
And she just was starting to pull up her sleeve, and she's like,
We can go to Father's Lab later on and start that challenge. In fact, there's a room that he created specifically for safety of everything around it.
The gnome looks over. She's not talking about that. She's speaking of a rare gnomish challenge of who can cause the most collateral damage and then who has to pay for it.
Huh. I haven't heard that one.
Why the... I mean, it makes sense, but
The
still
loser
why?
has to pay for all the collateral damage caused by both parties.
Jesus Christ.
Alrighty. This sounds amusing.
Tom's having heart palpitations over there.
Fucking hurt you, dude!
Tyann's gonna murder him! The gnome looks over. No. To either of you.
Okay, so not
Where
that
the
challenge.
collective wallet of the family go?
So, to business, you have documentation assigned both of you. The documentation of both your parents has been amended for you both to sign to share said kingdom. As
Okay.
you are both king and queen.
Okay. Alrighty. Shall we get to reading there, sister?
She's already got the documentation, and she's like, your turn to read it.
Bam, you read fast. Yeah, I would like to make sure I properly understand everything that's in there.
So you see that your parents' kingdom was called Kiln Pass.
Kiln Pass?
Kiln.
Kiln, K-I-L-M?
K-I-L-M.
Okay.
Pass. And that was the kingdom basically beyond Mongo's parents' kingdom, leading to essentially the castle.
So between the
Briar Perch Pass and Essen Crest.
the Pearlstone Castle and Briarstone.
Essen Crest.
Okay.
It was basically the one place where you had to go to get to there, and yeah.
I can imagine. Yeah. Imagine Rurik has put a lot of machines there to do all kinds of crazy shit. Kiln Pass. Okay.
And yeah, it's a full blown kingdom where it was basically a tinkerer's like paradise. It was
Junkyard.
Gnomish people traveled there, warforged traveled there, dwarves sometimes frequent there, free dwarves. It was a tinkerer's basically area where resources were processed and sent back out to the rest of the actual kingdom.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Does it have a port or anything?
No.
No? Okay.
Everything had to come through the pass, through the forest, to get here.
Okay. Okay. That's pretty cool. Alrighty. That's pretty neat. What does, again, Lady Prairie, what I have written out, I ask her, what do you know about the status of Kiln Pass?
We've been trying to get in contact with people there. We haven't really had much luck. On our side of things, we've actually been able to contact the banks, the nobility here, work within the contacts that we have to basically secure your nobility, your claim to nobility.
Okay.
It's been claimed, it's documented, people are aware of it.
Okay.
And from there, we were actually able to, anybody that's attempted to take over kingship or queenship in those locations, they've been null and void.
One, they don't have any finances other than what they have themselves.
Correct, and that can cause a bit of confusion. With this structure of the actual continent and kingdoms, it's not easy to send people in to find out information. We have to send in very experienced spies and diplomats and resources there.
Okay.
If they haven't come back yet, we're hoping at least they come back.
So you haven't even heard from them yet?
No, we have no idea what the actual status of the kingdoms are currently.
How long ago did the operation start?
We've been at this operation for 3 weeks now, and it at least takes 2 weeks to get out there.
Okay. So everybody maybe just got there.
Possibly.
Okay.
We're still waiting for word back, and the other things is that the entire continent rests on a ley line, and the magic users within the Obscura reinforce the entire continent from preventing unwanted messages or teleportations in.
Can you define how that's? Can you specify how that's defined for me as unwanted?
they had to okay everything that was teleported in or out. And with your parents being dead, there is no one to actually go to those locations and update the permissions.
Oh, okay. So there is not a. It's not linked to my blood. It's linked to some apparatus there in the king or apparati in the kingdom.
And your sister speaks of, obviously, probably one of our parents' constructions to insecure safety
Yeah.
so that it doesn't fall into any hands of wrongdoing, because it's easy to. She pulls out a bone saw from her bag of holding, and she just grabs your arm. It's easy to sever an arm and thus have access to the blood that's within your body to do such things.
Yes.
And the gnome is like, please put that away. And she's like, and puts the bone saw away.
Okay.
So you're able to work with your sister to go through the documentation and sign it.
Okay. Do you have this as the DM to give us something to read on later, or
No,
okay,
I don't.
okay?
It's all straightforward documentation. That,
It's basically just declaring and
yeah,
and verifying declarations.
yeah.
Okay.
So Osling leans into you and she's like, do we have to do this?
We don't have to, but we are our parents' daughters, and this would give us a permanent home.
And she pulls out that obsidian blade and she's like, she just right across her hand. And then turns the blade and hands it to you. And she just puts her hand on the documentation and signs it and leaves her bloody handprint on the documentation.
I'll do the same thing as her.
Yeah,
I've signed documents the regular way plenty of times, but just so Osling is comfortable, I'll do it the same way she did it.
yeah, and they work with you a little bit more, looking at the strange methodology that you signed it in. And neither of them are freaked out by it. They're actually used to it because it's blood contracts. They're used to working with these kind of contracts, and they wait for the blood to dry. And Osling, she turns to you and she's like, I have a gift for you.
Oh.
You still have her dagger in her hand. And she searches around her pockets, and she's searching around like something, and she finds it eventually, and she takes out like this wooden box, and it's marred. It's got deep grooves in it, scrapes, claw marks, chew marks, and she sets it on the table in front of you, and yeah.
Going to wipe off her dagger and give it back to her before picking up the box to look at it.
Yeah, you pick up the box, and it shocks you for a moment. Do a nature for me.
That's an 8.
An 8.
Yeah.
You're taken aback by how heavy this box feels. And Osling is standing off to the side, and she's just watching you very quietly, but with a certain intensity.
I'll open the box and figure out what's in it.
You open the box, and what is presented to you? There's a black cloth, and you can see that the top part is padded as well. And there's this blade very similar to Osling's in there, but instead of being like this beautiful black obsidian, it is like a pearlescent white. And then it comes down into like a pitch black like antler bone that's been very delicately carved.
Take it out to look at it closer.
You reach in, you take it out to look at it closer, and it feels heavy in your hand. You can do another nature.
That's a 9.
That's a 9. Well, you're slowly going up by 1.
Slowly.
It's
Very
Birdie.
slowly.
And Osling comes over and she just puts her hand on your shoulder very gently. She's like, relax. You're tensing up because of it.
Try to relax.
Yeah, I'll just give it to you. Yeah, you start to relax a little bit, and the blade feels lighter in your hand as you relax a bit. And, roll another nature to see what's going on. Or survival. How many under 10s is she gonna roll? Are you rubbing off on her, Mungo?
That's a 12.
A 12.
I'll take that.
Hey, it's
Over 10 this time.
And as Osling stands with you and helps you relax a little bit, you're understanding what this blade is, and the blade is basically imbued with the responsibility of using the blade.
That's cool.
So that you have to understand the weight of the use of this blade. And Osling's like, when I got mine, there was this one with it, and I didn't know what to do with it. And I've always carried it around. I've never used it. And mine is the weight of sin. So yours is the weight of responsibility. And you just feel something next to you that just absolutely probably catches you off guard. And you look up, and there's this pure white albino crow sitting on your shoulder.
That's pretty cool.
And it just nuzzles you a little bit.
Bird?
It's a bird.
And
I'll reach up to pet the bird. I'm a little confused. Where did you come from? I thought that there were no open windows.
And you look at this beautiful white crow, and much like it is missing an eye, but on the opposite side.
Aww.
That's pretty cute.
That's actually really cute.
Oh, great. It's yin and yang.
2 halves of a whole.
And the satyr and this and it is like the two representatives are just looking at it like, where the fuck did that bird come from? Yeah.
I'll say hello to the bird. Because I don't have a name for them.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
A bird doesn't really sponge, just kind of like it hops to your other shoulder, like using your gear as a way over. It eventually climbs up and it's just like on one of your horns briefly, which probably just cranks you off to the side.
Just gonna stay still and let it sploot out if it wants to somewhere.
Yeah.
Let it get comfortable.
Osling's like, that's your bird now.
They are definitely very, very pretty and very unexpected.
Poor Mongo's are like, great, another fucking bird.
Yeah. Fucking another one. God damn it.
Yeah, so you now have that gift from Osling.
Yeah, Osling is getting the biggest hug.
It's squished hug.
Squish.
Squish.
So once she does understand the responsibility of it, does that make the blade light as a feather?
Scabbard, you're
Or
with
stiff as a
Kippa.
board.
Oh, okay. That was a lot to happen.
Are they okay?
Honestly, I don't know, but I think I'll be alright.
Are you okay with everything that's going on?
Honestly, I don't know. There was a lot to take in. Still trying to process all of it. I have much to learn, still. And clearly, that's probably gonna be the common factor amongst all of us.
She looks over at you and she's like, I can handle all the nobility stuff and you can handle the adventuring stuff.
It's something that I have to learn as well, though, Kippa. I can't leave it all to you alone.
I got a counsel.
True. Are you okay?
She just kind of shrugs. I think I'm doing okay. This is easy for me, oddly enough.
There's so much that's happened in the past few days.
She looks at you perplexed. She's like, a few days?
A few weeks. Months, even.
I've had to work with allies to appoint people for every single kingdom. I've had to learn to swallow words and make allies.
That seems like that would be hard for her.
That sounds like you were dealing with your own major fights. I'm still wondering if there will be consequences for what we did.
There's always consequences.
Well, that is true.
She looks at some of the documentation that she has in front of her, and you can see a lot of notes are written there in that odd kobold like dialect she has. And she's like, well, I have a free day in 3 weeks for now.
Definitely have to take that time together.
And she just writes it in on her little calendar.
He writes it down in his little journal. Well, suppose we better get started on all of this. So, what have I missed?
How do they write that down? Free time for him, though?
Free time to spend together. And then with that, you're probably realizing that the Obscura probably did a lot of the same things where they had meetings and they just make time. Like, I'm free this day. Are you free this day? Okay, cool. Or
That-
they would just do the Obscura thing and just be like, fuck it, we're taking the day off. We're going to go adventuring. And the advisors panic and realize what they're doing and go, okay, we know where to take over.
The notebook, the journal notes, and the bulletin make so much more sense now. Well, if we're gonna start with this, better start at the beginning. So,
Kippa just kind of laughs a little bit and she's like, our parents, your parents, my parents are absolutely beside themselves in my responsibility. And your parents, and the rest of the Obscura, didn't know that they were going to be kings or queens someday, and they had to basically learn all this as everyone here is learning to learn this as well.
yeah,
The centaurs have a very unique way of ruling. It usually involves a lot of fighting and
I'm
anger.
gonna be taking notes of all of this. So, here we go.
The Munchkin Tabaxis, they did ruling in a very relaxed way. Coin is a shoo-in for understanding that. And the Moon Mice, they took meetings in a very meticulous, painfully meticulous way. But I'm thankful for that because their notes are so easy to not really. I've had to have the gnomes basically decipher their maddening amount of notes. But the fact that they're so well documented made things relatively easy to figure things out.
Alright,
Cheddar
so,
Private Toy.
Centaur Kingdom. Very much a military-based state, from the sounds of it.
So the way the island, the continent was set up, you had to come through the Centaur Nation. And if you were an enemy, you had to fight your way through.
What's the name of this island?
I will send that to you, because
And what are the names of each of these kingdoms? I know of Essencrest, you and I were there. But the others...
so it's the Ereal Sea,
Hi, Cheddar.
How the hell do you spell?
I
Sound it
will.
out for now.
ERIL.
Oh, come on.
I hope you know how to spell C.
Yeah.
Yes, the third letter of the alphabet.
Third level, yeah, it's pretty easy. Just it's a letter.
It's one of the pirates' favorite letters.
You're gonna probably think I'm speaking Lovecrafty when I post this note. And I don't blame you guys. I don't know why I post that way, but you can go check the actual content name. Each of you would actually know that.
You spelt it all weird.
Oh, enjoy. Because I love to hear you guys try to send out words.
You spelt it the Lovecrafting way you said.
I didn't even realize I did that. I just
Oh, great. So keep how Cthulhu is spelt in mind to try to sound it out, huh?
Let's see. It looks like our home country. Got it.
Tom's not even going to try.
We know I'm gonna get it wrong.
That's half the
Wouldn't it
fun.
be funny if you got it right?
Rithetheri or Rithetheri?
Poor guy over there. He's just like, I'm gonna sound it out.
Dumping it.
So, the first centaur nation you would run into is the Hellgate Mountains, which leads into the Haslam Forest. And from there, you go to Bryperch
The
Pass.
what now?
Which one?
The forest?
Haslam.
I'm sorry.
Haste Lim. My God.
Okay.
Is the beanie impeding your hearing, Manny?
No, I can hear her fine. It's just I wasn't sure what she was saying.
Then you weren't hearing her fine.
Yeah.
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 I wasn't sure if she was saying like Haste-lim or Haste-lim or like I wasn't sure.
I swear it's compressing the two brain cells together.
Wow.
It's like pushing two atoms together and watching the sparks fly.
Okay. So the forest. Got it.
Goes into Bright Perch Pass.
Briar perch?
Bright perch.
Briar.
Briar patch. Briar perch.
Briar Perch Pass.
Or as some call it, Briar Perch Crest.
What has just happened with my character sheet here?
Okay.
That goes into Kiln Pass.
Kiln Pass.
Where Nikolai's parents put together a lot of stuff to kill them all.
That's an entire continent, bud.
You're not welcome here. You got a lot of shit to deal with.
All right.
And then
I'm
that goes
glad you're
into
here. I have
Essencrest.
new explosives to try on you.
What's funny is the Kiln Pass is surrounded by the Prayer Mountains.
As in, you haven't got a prayer? Or are they just constantly playing Bon Jovi?
That's a lot of information, but okay. So the centaurs rule over the domain of the Hellgate Mountains and the Hasteland Forest. Briar Perch Pass or Crest. Which one is that?
The Tabaxis.
Okay,
Munchkin.
That's where all the information basically passes through for the entire kingdom and verified.
I love that.
so basically
And
USPS
anyone
of
wants to enter, they have to go
Essencrest.
to the
Huh?
Centaur's
the
first.
USPS of Essencrest. Gotcha.
Oh, so
Kiln
many
Pass is
just
where the
aren't.
Moonfolk,
All of them
Twen-
are
their
fun
domain,
native
essentially, where
entrails.
all the innovation
And then if
happened.
they manage to get through that, then they basically have
Innovation.
to go
I
through
get
what
the
would
feeling that
imagine
had
is
something
the
to do with Nikolai's
fucking
parents.
Fun house.
Yes.
Of you.
We haven't even got to the wildlife yet.
Alright.
Why did I just get scared?
That's definitely what Cayenne would want to know more about.
You can ask about it once you get used to this bird just like
Splooting everywhere at once and hopping like, how did you get here and who are you? What is your name? What? Wait, what?
What's going on?
Random
It's
bird?
such a cool, like, bird. A white crow. It is a dark crow, right?
Yeah, it is a black crow.
The traditional oil slick black crow.
Oh, now I
Is
have
its
to
name
ask,
Eric?
are you playing into the thing of id and ego? Okay.
that'd be funny if she does name it Ego.
Or if
No,
it
then it'd be the size
introduces,
of a planet.
or if they introduce themselves as such.
Oh my god.
I'm kind of just waiting for the bird to introduce themselves with a name. So I'm like, I don't know what to name you.
They speak in a French accent.
Okay, so,
They speak in abyssal.
that's,
Oh god.
that's,
It keeps
information.
saying murder.
Okay.
He says nothing but red rum.
Well, that definitely
That's what
narrows
this
a
is
little
like.
bit down.
Let death fly loose and coat my white wings with blood.
Or you just hear them say life, and every time you hear the word life, you just feel the weight of it.
Oh.
Since there's the weight of responsibility.
So, home is interesting.
Yep.
From what I've seen so far, and again, it was just one area on our wedding. I'm very curious to know more.
From what I understood from talking to Plume Tree, that was just an echo. We haven't actually been there. He pulled that from a trinket, a memory, essentially, that has been there.
Dang.
Oh, well then.
Timothy's a little badass.
That's actually really interesting.
Tom didn't even catch any of that.
Nope. What was it?
So, Plume Tree didn't actually take anybody to Essencrest. He basically used a trinket of the family's and pulled the memory from it to use it as a projection of being there.
Damn.
Yeah.
Alright, that's pretty hardcore.
Who wants to pick a fight with Plume Tree?
Let's do it.
Can somebody else do it? Because I just want to, like,
I
watch.
think the only
Which
thing
snacks?
Cayenne would want from Plume Tree would be like, how am I supposed to be taller? I'm tired of the fucking jokes. That'd be about it.
His sister walks up and is like, I can formulate stilts for you.
No.
You'll look like a giraffe. A giraffe-atar.
Hey, not gonna lie, that height advantage though would be pretty cool.
Eventually I'm going to get the spell. I better get the fucking spell. Enlarge.
Oh no,
Instead of
I
it
meant
bumps
it to
up.
stay permanent.
You know how
I
I...
cast it enough, it'll be permanent.
You know how I could fundamentally fuck with Mongo as a GM to a player? He gets that spell, and someone casts Modified Memory and he forgets it.
That's fucked up, and you goddamn know it.
Or he gets every spell at that level, except he just can't get that spell. He just can't get it.
Because all the others.
Talk about arcane blue balls. Fuck. I just see
But your
two
sister...
transmutation circles turning bright blue.
But your sister has it, and she doesn't even realize it.
See, kids, that's what we just... You know your DM's just going...
Oh,
So-
she snorted.
I did. I pulled a Cayenne. So, you guys are able to spend more time with it. You do actually learn a bit about the wildlife on the continent. There are deer that are very, very dangerous region, and they're axe-head deer.
That sounds
At
terrifying.
Axehead?
Yes. They're rather large, 7-foot deer, kind of built up more upper body strength, and instead of having two horns, they have a singular horn that's much like an axe head. And they spar others for prospect mates by essentially like how rams would. And also, Swinning said, axis, and during mating season, it's very dangerous to travel through their territory.
Huh.
So if you happen to attack the region at the wrong time, you might stumble into a bunch of these fuckers, and then suddenly have a whole nother problem to deal with.
Oh, good. Mating season. They sound like a bunch of axe holes.
I'm pretty sure Cayenne's like, oh fuck.
I don't need or want any of those deer.
Wait, I got a quick question. Non-sarcastic, not making a joke. How big... actually being fucking serious, kind of. For a change, okay? I know it's unusual. How big are the antlers? Like the big fucking axe.
They're almost
antler.
like a battle axe size.
Damn, because I kind of want Mongo to have one.
I mean, you can get one from one of the younger ones. I just require you to get close to the mother to get the young one away to kill it for
Fuck
said
no, I'm not
accident.
going to kill one of those things.
Or you could literally,
It's like, if we find one...
you could
Sure.
find one that'd been abandoned as a runt, because I'm sure that's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely sure that happened.
Or like the loser of
Because you-
mating season.
You got the Ellie Mae of the group.
Here's a question: do they shed these
Sorry.
horns? They do not. Okay.
That's interesting.
Do they just perpetually get bigger? How when it gets too big, do they just like walk on their front legs?
So
No, they're like any other like wildlife that has a continuous like growth system. They sharpen it on the rocks.
So does it function in the same way that cat claws do, to where a cat claw is actually like made into the skeletal system?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I want. That's
Yeah.
what I was wondering.
And they will go along the rocks and basically sharpen these down so that they're not too heavy for them. And so they're obviously sharp as fuck. Tom looks terrified.
You could shave with their head.
Hey Tom, go pick a fight with one.
No.
You could shave your face with their head, or even clean a fish with their head.
I could see actually, centaurs would often, use them for tools. It's easy enough.
Imagine how terrifying one of those would be if it were awakened.
Imagine if you cast enlarge on one. So you're able to spend time with the representatives and eventually go back to the house. And
Because I do want to show Sonny the mural.
yeah, your sister walks in ahead of you and she starts examining the place right away without any hesitation. And she walks back to the group and she's like, "Oh,
Oh, I went back home. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
And-
the drinks that I made. No, it's
Yes.
Sleight of hand, right?
yeah, at disadvantage.
Yeah. 17.
17? Okay, what'd you make?
Something I think all three of us will enjoy.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? What the fuck was that
Figure it out, bud. What do
mint
you got?
drink that we had at the bar? I'll try to make a shitty version of that.
Cayenne would have
Okay.
wanted to know
Why
if
would you
there
wanna make a
were
shitty version?
any
Well, because I'm assuming that the dude
equine,
who made it was way fucking
sentient
better than I
equine
am.
creatures within her mom's forest, whether it be like unicorn or Pegasus.
They can actually do that research for you. It would be documented. It would just be hard to get the documentation, but they can do that for you.
Would it be reasonable to have Kippa come along with on this, or no?
No,
Okay.
she's got work to do.
Okay.
She's able to set aside a meeting time, but she's got to work with the council to basically deal with things.
Cayenne would have had one small request from for Kippa or for any of the council members if they could get it done for her. She basically wanted to make sure that Bobbins, the goblin, was stocked up on enough decent food for a good while.
Actually, I'll
for the
give you
kids.
this. You're able to approach Kippa and talk to her about your encounter, and she sees you come over, and she's like, "Cayenne." And she's standing on her her thing to make her high enough to be at the table. So she's a little bit shorter than you, almost the same height as you, because she's at the war table. Or the council table, not the war table. This guy over there wants a war table.
Oh my god. Totally misunderstanding what I put in there.
And the bomb he loves. And she's like, how can I help you?
Yes, there was a goblin.
And she looks a bit confused. There's a lot of goblins.
Well, there was a small goblin that, well, was trying to cage Nikolai and to eat him. They seemed like a rather more poor goblin, but I was able to give them some of my fruit and things that I harvested to give to them to take care of their family. I would like to make sure that they have enough food to feed them and their children for the rest of the year, or at least a few months.
Kippa's like, And she picks up like a small bell, and she rings it. It doesn't make any audible noise. And eventually a very well dressed wood elf comes in and walks over. And she's like, I have, lady, Cayenne, sorry, hard to realize you're actually a noble now. It doesn't fit you. And the wood elf looks at you, looks you up and down briefly, like, okay. Kippa's like, what we can do is we can actually send some food supplies down to the Goblin Row, where all the goblins like to stay. It's usually fairly dry of food down there, except on the plus side, the city doesn't have any vermin problems because of the goblins. But we can actually, in your name, your family's name, it would be coded, of course, to protect you, sends a supply down there that will help them out for at least a couple of months, and that would just be taken from your family's coffers, essentially.
I would like if that'd be able to happen.
And the wood elf sets down the documentation, writes this down, the decree of doing this within the city, and there's a signed thing for it. She hands you a quill to sign it.
I will sign it regularly this time.
Please use ink,
Just
not blood.
I mean, I could easily just stab my finger and then
Yeah,
there.
you could.
the wood elf takes it, gives you a bow, and says, "It will be done," and they head off.
Thank you.
And Kip is like, "You can make decrees like that now."
It feels odd.
Osleen's like, "That's weird." Just kind of like almost out of frame, like, "That's weird." But you're able to head back to the home. The drinks are actually quite good. What you guys don't finish, Coin finishes for you.
That's definitely on brand.
And you get back to the homestead, after you're able to say goodbye to Kippa.
There were some questions that I had, but they can wait.
You can message me and I can answer. I can
Who would win in a drinking contest? Ozlin or Coin?
coin.
Coin.
Wow, there's not a lot of hesitation there. Holy
No.
shit.
Osling can't even handle her weed.
So you get back and Milla goes ahead and she starts muttering to herself, and it's already off-putting, you know. And she comes back to you and she stands in front of you because she's at the same height as you. And she just kind of, looks at you, and she, no frills, no moonfolk, anything. I'm sorry. I violated your space unwillingly. I am sorry.
It's okay. I appreciate the apology. Some people could learn from that.
Also, I'm not sure if he made you aware, there is an enchantment here that changes your size, as you can see. I'm not used to being this large. But it will actually, if you will it, you will return to your normal size in equation to this location. And she starts walking off, and she shrinks back down to her normal size.
Huh.
That's why Noodles, because he's willed himself to his normal size.
Wait, how'd you know that? Of course, I haven't looked around that much yet.
And you can hear already something just like being knocked over and far off into the house. Probably one of the workshops. She starts getting into something.
Alright, I gotta go over there.
And you're seeing poor Nikolai having to basically rush off to do damage control, which you're all familiar with.
I just see like no lower legs, just a poof of like cloud and just really fast spinning legs. Some kind of Scooby Doo or Hanna-Barbera style.
Oh my
cloud.
God.
No legs, just a cloud.
A cloud under as he's
Of
running
Vroom.
off.
Mm.
The Varoon.
Like, no, we haven't looked at anything yet. Catch this.
And your sister, she's just kind of like standing there, and she's like,
I want to show you something. Come on.
She follows after, and you can see she's a lot like Osling. Like she doesn't belong here. Like she's not of like she's having trouble adapting to this.
We'll show her the mural.
Gonna roll her something. Something small. But and it's not gonna be extremely potent. I'm going to try my best
She
to
may
like,
very well be a fucking lightweight.
yeah.
She's a puffball.
I'm gonna take advantage of any kind of rose petals
Here
and
we go.
stuff that I
And
find.
send.
Use those as papers.
Oh.
Not going to Osling her.
Osling did that to herself. That was not me. That wasn't my fault. That was her fault. Shouldn't toke what you can't handle.
Okay, I'll get back to you on that. But good stuff to bring up. Yeah, and Osling's like, I don't think she's okay.
She's been through similar experiences that you've been through. You and her are very much so alike when it comes to social situations.
She's not a centaur.
But what you explained to me and Mongo and Scav and Nikolai, at least on a couple different occasions with your past, Sunny's been through similar things.
So she's damaged goods as well.
Injured. Except these injuries, while some may be visible in the form of scars, others not so much. It's an injury that's hidden that not everyone knows.
She nods very understandingly. She's like, next time, don't let me go to space. I don't want to visit the astral sea by projection.
By projection.
That was strong. I will say this, that ancestral herbs are a lot stronger than what I'm used to. Not that strong again. Mm-mm.
Also, it seems like Nikolai has met his match.
You know, I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking that. And here's the bigger difference. She actually apologized for invading my personal space. So good on her.
Middle.
Some could learn from that.
She just like looks down the hall. Nikolai, you can learn a lesson.
What?
You
I'll
hear
be
something.
back.
You hear something else just get shoved. And as you enter the room, she's standing on the table and she's like, I've claimed this spot for my own. Get your own.
Look, do we know what's in here yet?
She looks around and she just... not quite, but I'll figure it out and adapt it to my needs.
Alright. Just don't destroy anything?
And she just... You see something in her hand and she's just looking through it and she's like,
What is she looking through? What does it look like?
do a perception. So, where do you... So you take her to the photo. Where are you off to in this?
18.
Actually, I'm going to be looking for a little noodle. Or I guess same size noodle.
Oh, he's back to being little.
Oh, I thought we were inside. Oh, yeah, that's right. He has this little thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just looking around for noodle. And,
He's looking for your noodle.
Noodle. I don't know where you are,
That was an
little
18?
buddy.
18, yeah.
It looks like an old journal.
Oh, you got a journal of things you want to build, sister?
She's like, alas, it's not mine.
Oh,
I found it up there, under a bunch of books.
can we look at it?
It's coded.
Can I look at it?
She hands it to you. And
Can we look at it?
inside of it, you can tell that it's one of your father's journals, but it's
Okay.
coded.
Okay.
And every sentence and every dot page is coded somehow with some sort of glyphs.
Oh, okay.
And she's like, I've already discerned that those glyphs are all around this room in some way or another.
Oh, cool. Shall we work on it together?
I suppose if we want to decipher the maddening understanding of our father or mother, we should actually decipher this.
Let's do it.
And she pulls out a blowtorch.
What's with the blowtorch?
If there's anything magical in here, it won't burn. So we burn down the entire room and just use what's magical.
You know, you're not wrong.
The simplest answer is usually the most correct.
But she could end up destroying a lot of important things.
Okay. Do you know the spell Identify, sister?
No.
Let's get to work with that first.
Okay.
Start working on teaching her Identify.
You're gonna be hitting a wall the entire time.
Okay.
The way she does arcane or magic, like tinkering magic, is vastly different than yours.
Okay.
Whereas you're setting out, she's doing circles, but they're very different than yours.
Okay.
And where you're like, okay, we just do this and we do this, and she's like, no, I need actual elements here present for this. I can't just do this.
Okay.
From where we're from, we use elements to cast.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, so what spells do you know? Maybe we know the same spells, and we can start with a
Oh god,
codex.
the nerds are talking.
We can start making a codex to understand each other. I did that with Mongo.
She's an
He's taught me
alchemist
spells.
tinker.
He's taught me spells, and I've taught him spells.
Interesting.
But she's also a demolitionist. But the way she does everything is very much alchemist style.
Totally.
It requires the raw elements.
Yep.
I like her.
So I explained to her the codex that me and Mongo made together so we can teach each other spells, and develop the concept with her so that we can.
Oh, it's
work
going to
together.
take a long
Yeah,
time.
I know. It took a couple sessions with him.
Oh, it's going to take a long time to translate things with her. It's like translating Latin to, like,
Uniform?
it's like taking Latin, translating it to Ryla back to English to Latin. It's going to take a while.
I just imagine, like, Nikolai, I ain't got no fire, Nikolai.
Nikolai,
I ain't got no
Nikolai,
fire.
I ain't got no fire, man. I hope everybody knew where that's from.
Scav, light!
I missed it, I guess.
Dear fuck, man, it's one of those.
Now I know it. Okay.
That
It
deserves
took a minute.
a bonk.
A movie's so great.
Oh my god.
It's a good movie that I've only seen.
So
about
you
2
take her
times.
to the tapestry, and she's looking at it, and she's like, "Who are they? They, I don't understand who them's is."
Well, you see the 2 centaurs there? Those are the parents of Cayenne and Osling.
She looks directly at you, and she kind of tilts her head a little bit. Why is she so? Why are they so short compared to their parents?
My best guess is they just haven't hit another growth spurt. They'll probably do soon. The large dragon and the small scaly one, those are Brother Scav's parents. The 2 moon mice.
Another question. Those are Scabbard's parents?
Mm-hmm.
Why is his mother so large?
She's a dragon.
Moving on.
My brain's hurt now. I don't understand. Next, please.
Oh, just the 2 moon mice, Brother Nikolai, and the firebombing squirrel.
Well, wait. Hold on there, Melting. Where did the squirrel part come from? Neither of them are squirrels.
From what Nikolai has
Was
told
one
me,
of them promiscuous in a strange way with ascended creatures? That brings up a whole nother quandary.
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of hoping. No, if so, I don't want to fucking know. I do not want to know at all. Apparently, she was born just a moon mouse like Nikolai, but then died, and then a druid brought her back, and then did some druidy things to help her remember who she was.
Okay, right.
And the other 2 there?
Yeah, the Munchkin Tabaxis. Your parents.
Our parents.
And she just flops down on her butt. And she's like, oh no. And she reaches over and she grabs your pocket and opens it and just starts hurling because she's just overtaken with emotion. And you just see her just vomiting into your pocket. And you know it's
My pocket?
Yeah.
She got that from you, motherfucker!
And it's since you're
She hasn't
And
even
it's a-
properly met me.
and it's a since you're wearing your dad's thing, it's a pocket of holding, so
You're gonna have to turn that inside out. Get rid of that.
As it's going in.
Can you press it to the shape inside?
What
Pocket
type
holding?
of consequences will come with that?
I'm trying to get it before it goes in.
slide a paw there, bud.
Oh, fuck.
You're using magic on a magical item.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's a pocket
What?
dimension, man. It's dangerous.
That's cat face.
Natural 20, nice. Yeah, you're getting it before it goes in there, and you're like, wax off, wax off, wax off. Your arm is starting to cramp a little bit because you're just a stream of.
Just made her a really nice drink and she's giving it back. The hell?
Sometimes when you tell someone overwhelming information, their first instinct is to throw up.
Yeah, alright.
And she just stops and she looks at you, and she's very serious as she's been vomiting into your pocket. Or attempting to, and you've been managed to get rid of it. She's like, honest question. You're not going to betray me and do what the others did to me.
God, no.
I was aware of some of the things that they did to keep me where I was at, and I had to accept it because I had no ways out. She stands up and she points to her side. I had to sell a kidney to make up a debt.
Damn.
No, we're actually, Did Coin come with?
No, Coin's dealing with business.
Okay, I'm sending Coin a message.
Oh no. Osline looks at you as you head to the room, and she's like, this nobility thing is not my forte, and she's like, she starts rummaging around in like the little kitchen area that there is, and she takes out this thing, and there's like this, you can see leaves floating in it, and other things, and she takes off the cork, and you can see some mist come out of it, and she's like, she pours it into a glass. And you can smell the alcohol from where you're at by the entryway.
Please don't melt your insides with that.
And she just looks at the bottle and she's like, She holds the bottle out to you for you to look at it.
I'll take it and look at it.
Roll a nature on it.
14.
You look at the bottle a little bit and you read it, and yeah, it's basically it's essentially one of those like drinks mixes that you only do like a shot of. You don't do an entire bottle of it, even if you're a centaur or a dwarf. And she's got a full cup of this.
Yeah, I'm just going to adjust that for her.
It's basically it's referred to as a Sears brew.
Yeah, I'm going to adjust that.
Which means it will fuck you up and you might see stuff if you drink too much of it.
Can only imagine what would happen to Cayenne if she did that.
You might meet your parents again.
Probably not in a way you were expecting.
It's Osling's like, it's not fair that they died and left this on us.
I will agree.
What in the actual fuck are we supposed to do?
We technically do have our council handling things for us in our absence until we're ready to take the responsibility of all of this.
Osling just takes a sip of this drink and she just gags a little bit. It's almost like a horse choking on something. And she just searches around and grabs like some water and drinks it to wash it down because it's so bad. It's like if you took like capsaicin extract and mixed it into like a really fine like alcohol, like almost like, you know, Everclear mixed with pure capsaicin.
No.
Why?
And everybody's just like, no.
No.
And her face is red. Like, it's easy to tell how red it is. And she just rests an elbow on the table and she's like, Cayenne, I've run my entire life from responsibilities until I found you. I will stay here and I'll handle the nobility stuff while you do the mentoring part for us.
You'd also be able to go to our home.
That I'm reserving that we do together. But while you do the adventuring, I'll stay here and deal with this stuff. That way only one of us has to dress up.
And truthfully, you don't even have to dress spiffy either. All we really have to do, from at least what I've been told before you showed up, was as long as we stay within our people's guidelines.
You hear Id from over there, and he's nuzzling the other bird, and they're just kind of chilling out. It's like, story. And Austin's like, I was out and about while you guys were dealing with things, and I saw a centaur noble. And it was horrendous. They were wearing a dress
No.
and a corset. And their tail was all dressed up with flowers, and their hair too.
The flowers only make sense for maybe a wedding ceremony.
They had face painting on to make them look rosy and happy.
That's not my definition of a face paint I would want.
They had gold on their hooves.
That does remind me of almost being made basically a living mannequin for these shopkeepers who wanted to make me poofy and curl my hair.
Just have Mongo cast one of his finger things.
That
A wording!
context.
Oh, wording!
Context.
Can we rephrase that?
Welcome,
Mulligan.
Too late, it's canon.
welcome to Tabletop, everybody!
Yes, where siblings cast finger things on each other.
No!
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 Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with a no on this one.
That's a hard no there, bud.
Bandy, everybody.
And she's also drunk.
The best part is, at least when you dress in a noble fashion, you don't have to wear color.
I like color. Except for now. I'm warm and drunk.
Well, I'm meaning you don't have to dress up in every color of the rainbow.
She just
Unlike,
nods.
unlike some nobles I've seen who truly do not have a lick of fashion sense at all. I'm
That's
sorry.
coming from a centaur.
I'm sorry. But in what universe does purple and orange, or even orange and, I don't know, brown, ever supposed to go together with pink?
She looks at you. The centaur was wearing pink. And sky color.
They look like a sunset.
They were pink and blue?
Yes!
Well, pink and blue does go together as long as they're accenting in a certain way.
There were stripes!
No. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to dress like that. Color is fine, just, oh my god, don't go that route. Please. We don't need to be called clown ponies.
She was high-stepping and wearing stockings, too.
I'm just trying to give her a fucking night.
I don't know.
So the noble was a can-can dancer? Or were they a carousel pony?
Oh my god, probably.
I'm still sticking to my word that me and you both, this is our promise to each other, neither of us will look like a carousel horse.
No, we won't.
No.
Just trying to see a centaur doing the da-da-da-da-da-da.
No, they just stand up on their back legs doing it.
So when you have the knee raises, it's the front legs. When you have the legs kicking out, it's the hind leg kicking backwards.
The mental image. And now picture a line of them doing that in unison.
I don't No.
A centaur can technically do the can-can as long as they're rearing up on their hind hooves. They could easily kick with a hind hoof at a time, because horses can step forward on their hind legs with their four legs raised upward. I've seen and know this firsthand before I was thrown from said horse. That was a fun 6 feet to fall.
Osling looks at you and she's like, you know the other responsibility we have. We have to visit the various druid tribes.
Yes.
Across all the planets.
Yep. That I knew of before we had even got to meet. I legitimately did not expect to ever see you. When I met you the first time, at first I thought I were looking into a mirror, and at the second I was like, is this my first test?
Is this the dark me that I have to defeat?
So
Well, it's like
there's
it
a twin.
passes
One
the
of
dark
us is
shadow.
the good one, one's the evil one, and I'm not sure which is which.
Oh, it's like Ash dealing with evil Ash. You don't know which one's actually evil.
Yeah.
Or more of a dick. So, Scav,
Yes.
you eventually you find Noodles in Mongo's room.
Well, I'm not gonna go in there just barging in, so...
You knock.
Hello?
Noodle, the door opens and Noodle's there, and he's wearing like a little smoker's robe,
Smoker's vest.
robe, and he has like a little drink in his hand, the cup is his size.
Hello there, Noodle. I have a question for you, but more of a favor to ask. I wanted to know if you had 3 small stones that I could use to make something for Bew, Willem, and Sunny.
All right, let's see if Noodle will go do an investigation. Noodle will definitely do an investigation. Let's see what Noodle finds. Okay. Noodle goes up to his little shack a little bit, and you hear some rummaging around. And Noodle comes back, and he has like this little bag, and reaches up and drops it in your hand.
Okay. Take it. Thank you. Open it up and...
You walk down the hall and open it up. Do you head to your room with
Eventually.
Yeah, so you head down, you bump into Scabbard. He's opening up a bag coming from the direction of your parents' room. And you probably can assume, if you want, that King Scav is barging into rooms declaring himself
Emperor.
Emperor. Does he have a new groove?
No.
He's not rude enough to do that, and you would know this.
Yeah, and he's looking...
Not really. Barging in sounds exactly like something you would do.
But, yeah, he's got a bag, and he's looking at it, and...
What did you find?
Oh, I just asked Noodle if he could actually let me have 3 stones so I can make something for Sunny, Willem, and Noodle. Willem.
Millum.
Millum.
Mill.
M-I-L.
Okay.
Probably L.
Kind of like the sound a cat makes. Mlem. That's not where I got the name from, but that's a very easy way to remember it.
Millum. Okay.
Yeah, you're seeing like this very beautiful sapphire there. And you also see a emerald that is very large. And you also see a small stone that's kind of giving off a soft glow, and it almost looks like there's specks of like light floating inside of it.
What exactly did you ask him for, word for word?
And word for word,
Nikolai, You're with your sister,
I see.
working on this. Do an intelligence check.
Stones I could have to use so that I can make something for Sunny, Lum, and himself.
The glowing one, do I know what that is?
Arcana.
Fuck.
Your arch nemesis.
15.
Still.
Arcana, your arch nemesis still?
You start to actually decipher some of what she's doing, and
Okay.
she does need to have raw components present to do her actual magic,
Okay.
her ability, and you're like, oh god, this sucks.
Like nature things or something?
The raw components to identify whatever it is. If she's identifying something metal, she needs metal present. If she needs to identify something wood, she needs to have wood present. It's very complex.
Okay. Alrighty then.
Big old 10.
10.
Oddly enough, that's one of my higher ones.
That glowing stone is something magical.
This one you're going to want to be careful with.
Understandably so. It looks very special.
Yeah, magical's the word. So if you're planning on doing something magical with it, you're going to want to actually find out more about this one, because mixing them can
Well,
be
nothing-
interesting.
Your
Nothing
sister comes
too
over and she
magical.
grabs a stone and she's looking at it.
Anything magical could result in something very unique and special, or could blow the fuck up.
And she just looks around and she's like... She takes it and she rolls it down the hall. And she watches it. And you hear almost like bells going off from the actual thing. Almost like if you're like tumbling a bunch of trinkets together. And you see it hit like a small bump, like a nail. And it bounces a little bit and it rolls a little bit more. And for a brief moment as it bounces and it hits, you can see almost like the air ripple, and you see what looks like a map spread across the hall from this projected. And it just rolls and comes to a stop.
One second thought, you're not touching it.
And with that, we're going to take our break.
Alrighty.
Welcome back to the Brawling Dragon Tavern, where we make random noises. Do. Hey, look, we're back. Cool. So, okay, we'll run with it. Cool.
That works.
So, time has passed within the house. You guys are able to settle. I need you to roll a sleight of hand for me. You have assistance with this.
Okay. Jesus.
You roll an Arcana for me. You have assistance with this.
Maybe I can-
I only need the one.
Catface.
On Arcana!
On Arcana, holy crap.
Wow, I think I just saw his nipples perk out like it's fucking freezing.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Look, we're on
14.
episode 50. What? That's the first fucking time I've done that, okay?
This is the first time you rolled a natural 20 on an Arcana?
Pretty fucking sure. Usually I roll something in single digits.
15.
15? Cool.
15. 50.
Yes,
That's insane.
yes.
I guess I could do 50. I could figure that out.
So, Nikolai is working with his sister, to everyone's dismay, to make food for everybody for dinner, but it smells really good. Like an actual well thought out thing. And Nikolai is butting heads with his sister a little bit because she's like, no, we have to follow the recipe exactly. No deviation, no improvement. How it is presented, every little ingredient needs to be measured perfectly. If not, that introduces faults.
I just want to know if there's an explosion of flavor.
Oh my god, thanks. You just reminded me of fucking Destiny 2. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Working out of his
Now
mother's
stir
cookbook.
the sauce.
Working out of their mother's cookbook.
Yeah. And, you're working with this orb, and you're realizing that it is a map orb, and it's quite clever that they hid it with Noodle, and you're realizing they even hid secrets with Noodle. And Noodle didn't realize it and just gave it to him because he didn't
Thought
understand
it was
it.
a regular rock.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
Noodle,
it-
can you give me that shiny rock I gave you a couple years ago? You still got that, right?
Yeah, and it's basically a map. It's not a map for the world, it's actually a map for the house to possibly point to possible secrets within the house.
Oh, that's dope.
I just saw your brain melt a little bit.
The fucking house has a goddamn treasure. Which one of our fucking parents came? It was his or mine. It's one of the fucking two.
Or both.
You can do an identify on it, man.
Yep. Want help?
What?
Actually,
He's
Tried it.
cooking.
Okay,
He can't help.
never
Is
mind.
there
I guess he's not
But your
helping.
sister could attempt to help.
is there
Why
any
not? Let's do it.
particular
Family bonding.
language tied to this map?
No.
Oh, that's
It's
right. You were in the
astral.
hallway. That's right. Okay.
Yeah,
How is
it's
that
astral.
related?
You wouldn't understand it.
It's astral.
If she's helping this, that give me an advantage.
Yes.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Much better. Yeah, that's like 15 improvement.
Jesus Christ, I just had a brain fart. What did I have you roll? Holy shit.
23.
On Arcana, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank God. My brain just...
It's like, wait a minute. I was over here. Now I'm over here. How'd I
Command
get here?
EXE not found. Rebooting still not found. Okay, cool, found it.
Ask others.
Yeah. Query others. Yeah, it's you do an identify on it, and you go into this thing, and your sister freaks the fuck out as she's pulled into this with you because you didn't prepare her for that.
Whoops.
And you see that the Obscure are standing around as they formulate this orb to make this treasure map in the house. And it surprises you. It's not your parents. It's not Nikolai's parents. it's actually Cayenne's parents that come up with the idea of the treasure map.
Alrighty then.
Specifically, her mother.
So we just see this happen in the hall and they just disappear.
No, they're at the dinner table, bud.
Okay.
Scabbard, catch up.
Alright.
Or mustard.
Muster the Constitution to keep up with what's going on. And yeah, you guys are all at the dinner table, and oddly enough, there's seats there that are centaur friendly. But there are large seats to fill because they were your parents. And yeah, he makes with his sister. He makes this big giant roast, almost like a boar. There's all these vegetables and fixings and gravy and breads and everything like that. And it's done with, like, you know, rosemary. The skin is nice and crackling. The internals were basically turned into a very hearty stew that you can take on the road.
I don't know if that was you or your stomach I heard. One of you two made a fucking noise.
And
I did go,
Feisty is sitting there, and she reaches over and she just waits for her turn and to take food, very ladylike. And yeah, you guys are chatting amongst the table about everything.
guys.
This is amazing. You two did this?
Yes.
It's awesome.
The table's yours to discuss things that you have to do and plans.
Well, how's everybody's day been so far?
Oslin looks over. Depressing.
Okay.
Oh yeah, wanted to. You saying something? There was something I could learn about something earlier when I was chasing my sister through the hall. She was making a mess. Sorry.
I'll get back to you on that.
You could ask before outwardly hugging someone and or touching them.
Oh yeah, that lesson learned.
Okay.
And your sister, she just has a
You don't
plate,
like hugs?
and as people are taking
I
food,
prefer to be asked for a hug. If I don't want a hug, I'll say fuck no, fuck off, die in a hole
and
somewhere.
as people are taking food from the actual table, your
Oh.
sister,
I'm sorry.
you see what she's doing. She's only taking the scraps that are left behind for her plate.
No, I'm not gonna just let her keep scraps. I'm gonna get her something like one of the normal portions.
Before, like, where are we all sitting in regards to each other?
You're probably sitting next to Mongo. Osline's here, Mongo's here, his sister's here.
Because Cayenne would have just took her plate and just switched and took the scraps and made it her plate.
And just start adding more food to it. There's caramelized, like carrots and almost like
Glazed carrots. Yum.
and collard greens there, and all this delicious food, and a mixture of different foods for basically all types.
Sounds good.
Well, I'm sorry, sister. I was just overtaken by the ability to just hug like one of the persons in my life that is the most important, one of the most important persons in my life. I wasn't thinking straight.
It's okay, I still prefer to be asked. That's by anyone.
That's understandable.
I've seen everybody be able to hug the people they love, like actually hug them. I've never been able to do that because everybody's so much bigger than me. This has allowed me to show affection for my family.
Without blowing anybody up.
I don't get to show that kind of affection to anybody.
The bird.
Otherwise, I can
So
hug your
all
ankle.
the familiars on are like on one side of the table, just kind of eating their own fair share of food. Of course, the birds are just eating meat.
Twitchy cat.
Twitty paw.
His paws were twitching.
So yeah, what's up?
Oh. Turn to Sunny. I don't think I've gotten to introduce you to Noodle and Feisty.
She looks very perplexed.
Feisty.
I met a displacer beast before, and they ate one of my close friends because I upset somebody.
I can promise you Feisty won't do that. If anything, she might do that to your enemies. She's a
They'll be
very
swallowed
special-
before they even know what the fuck happened.
She's a very special displacer beast, too. Ain't that right, Feisty?
Here's a good question because I remember this from quite a few episodes ago. How is Red and Blue acting towards Sunny?
Let's do an insight.
Because we never did
Oh
check.
shit.
Yeah, I would never let anything happen to her, but
They're actually fine with Sunny because she smells just like Longo.
oh, okay. Because I
Except
was
a
just
little bit
remembering
sweeter. Yeah.
that. Okay, I was wondering that because my brain just clicked. It was like they're bound to.
What about Melon?
Osling looks over. She's like, "This may come as a shock to the rest of you because of my dispositions, but I've decided to stay here and handle the nobility side for my family." Sunny looks over. Okay, me too.
Look over to her. If that's what you choose to do,
I don't get to make choices. I'm making a choice for once.
I know, and I want to support you in it.
I remember one time when I upset the orc when I tried to apply for a job that was outside of the tavern where I was bound to. A couple of goblins were hired, and they took me to a back alley and they proceeded to introduce daggers to my various joints, including my spine, and then hired a person to restore me. Osling's like, well, fuck, and I thought I had it bad.
Damn.
Cayenne's just gonna look at Osling like, see, I told you.
Osling's like, I was a slave and tortured and all sorts of other terrible things, but I think she takes the cake.
I don't know if it'll help very much, but the organization that was responsible for that kind of stuff is going to be going out of business. And by that, I mean go way over dramatic.
Which I truly hope that Sir Mir can bring back at least a trinket or two for me.
Oh, I'm sure he's having a delightful time ending it.
Based off the fact he was singing a war chant of my people, I am actually more intrigued about the things he's seen centaur related.
Osling goes over and she looks at a shelf and she starts pulling down various alcohols and takes them to the table and starts opening them up. And you can see they're very aged alcohols. And she starts pouring them for people as well.
Would this be something I could actually have?
You get a drink and you look at it, and it's not really labeled, and it's simply called dew. Like honeydew almost.
DEW.
And Osling looks at the bottle, and it's like this long, pearlescent bottle with a cap and a cork in it that's magically sealed, and she breaks it.
Tiniest of little sips.
And she
Testing the waters.
pours it in there, and I need you to make a constitution with a disadvantage.
We now have a drunk scabbard. I think we have a drunk scabbard. That face.
That's a 1. He takes a sip of this,
Just
and
a
you see
tiniest
his
little sip.
eyes instantly dilate. And as he tries to formulate words, it's like going to a dentist when they numb your mouth. And you just feel warmth in all of your nerve endings as it hits you. And he's trying to coordinate, and he's just like, can't coordinate at all.
Livermilk, yeah. Don't give him alcohol.
His
Don't
hands
let him
are
have
like
alcohol.
this.
He's T-Rexing a little bit, and he's struggling to reach out. And
This
like,
is what he's doing. He's like trying to grab outward, but he just keeps grabbing his shirt and just pulling it forward.
it's like if you hook 10's unit up to the entire body, and you're just randomly pressing the buttons for the various areas.
Can't even form a single word.
Good lord.
Oh, yeah, now's a pretty good time to mention, he's allergic to most alcohol.
Oh, but there's a thing
It's
I
kind
can
of funny if it didn't kill him.
do. Focus and just negate this poison.
You fail.
Really? Even by doing that?
It's enchanted.
Fuck.
You try to do that, and you feel the effects briefly, and they dissipate, and they actually amplify the effect.
He's gone stupid.
He's gone plaid.
Holy shit. That's some strong stuff.
Should we give him a doctor? Something?
That probably might not be a bad idea.
So, yeah, you're able to share stories and things that you want to do at the table. Do you share the map?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Scav found a rock that Noodle had. And, like, go to turn it on. And
So, you figure out the component how to do it. And you pick up a fork, and you bend 2 prongs out of the way to make it essentially into a tuning fork. And you hold up the thing, and you ting! And you just see all this, like, almost like a solar system in here. And it shifts and changes, and you see, like, different spots throughout the entire room.
What you doing?
see all those spots?
Yeah?
Yeah, we're going to want to check them out.
Huh.
Apparently your mother came up with an idea to actually make like a treasure map, for lack of a better term, on where they kind of secretly stashed everything.
That's clever.
That's pretty cool. Where's the nearest one to me?
It's in the ceiling.
Hey, Ace. Buddy. Can you help me get up there?
Ace is laying on his back, having eaten his fair share. And he
So that's
reaches
a no?
he reaches over and he grabs you very gently, and he just flings you up towards the ceiling. And your sister's like, well, that's dangerous.
Is there like a chandelier or something I can grab onto?
No, it's just like an arch ceiling that's smooth.
Fuck.
I have an idea. I can't form words. Can I use message to communicate?
Featherfall.
Go ahead and try.
Will you want me to...
Who are you messaging?
Let's message Cayenne, since she actually may be able to help me with this. What do you want me to roll for this?
You don't have to roll anything. I'm rolling for it.
Oh, okay. And I'm just gonna be like, Cayenne, this is Scabbard.
Help, please.
Help.
You get a message and it's
It's just in your mind. This
You
is
just got
happening.
magically drunk dialed by your brother.
Well, there's nothing I can try to grab onto. I'm just going to splat and then fall down.
make a dex.
Now that I think about it, this is the first time I ever used message to speak with Cayenne. She doesn't know that I can do this.
It sounds oddly like Scabbard, but like he's just droll speaking, drunk.
Can I try to mage paw catch him?
11.
11. You see him go flying straight up, and you're like, oh shit! And you grab a nail that's there, and you're just hanging there.
Ace, you dork! I can't fly like you, buddy.
Oh, come on, he nailed it.
And your sister looks up, and she's like, she just goes like this, pity.
I was going to ask you about that. Am I near the spot?
Yeah,
Check it out. Someone's hanging there.
investigation.
16.
Guess I'll go over and look at the bottle that's Scab drank from.
Nature.
16.
16. You twist the nail a little bit, and you hear a click. And there's a panel that opens up that you can see something in there.
Oh. What does it look like?
It looks like a box of some sort.
Okay. So I'm okay. So I guess
What'd you get?
It's a pretty bottle with a 1.
A 1? You take the bottle and you look at it, and you take a small swig of it. Roll a con at disadvantage.
So I take it since Ace threw me up there, I was normal size.
Oh no.
All right. If I go back to like
6 is not bad.
Cayenne and Osling size.
You feel the same effects as Scav as you're just hit like a freight train from this alcohol. It's worse than the high. It's worse than the alcohol that your mom ever had. And it's just like you start stumbling everywhere like a very drunk Bambi as you can't really control your body.
Ate just a couple too many fermented crab apples.
It's like if a horse got into an orchard as all the fruits rotting and just gorged themselves.
I can see that being a thing that happens.
What are you doing?
So, if I were to go up to normal size, is there like something I can grab onto from falling, or?
This is something that they put up there where you have to figure out how to get it out. As it is.
Okay. Pull out reach magic. And it has Featherfall enabled, so yeah.
Your sister's looking up like, what's he doing?
Oh, he does that kind of a lot. He kind of gets himself into situations and then just assumes he'll figure out
No.
a non-lethal way of
People
getting out of
put me in these situations.
You put yourself in this situation by not specifying to, I don't know, Ace on exactly what to do.
You know Ace loves throwing you around.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe if you were
One way of
nice
getting back at you.
Alrighty, so I take out Reach Magica. I use the command to make it large size
Dexterity.
and jump in.
And you free fall back to the ground.
Oh yeah, featherfall. Yeah, that was the goal. Just float down. Dexterity. Alrighty. Hey, good one this time. 19. Yeah, 19.
Not, and you land safely, and as you guys have small banter around the table, getting to know everyone, the night carries on, and eventually you turn into bed, and for a few of you, it's hard to sleep, and you see spectral things floating around the actual entire place, almost like spectral-looking militia, essentially.
Huh.
Some, spectral guards, I assume?
Possibly.
That's interesting. Huh.
Your parents were very paranoid and prepared.
Well, it's better than having sex ghosts.
You feel very sore in the morning in the rump.
No.
It's been a very long time for one of these spectral guards.
No.
Oh. Had to go there, huh?
No.
He presented his love sausage.
No, he did not.
That's scary movies.
Feel like Damon Wayans yet?
No. That did not happen to Mongo.
So, the next day, you grab a little bit of food, head out in your own different directions. Where are you off to, Osley? Or Cayenne? Fuck.
They look alike.
They're twins!
It's easy to mistake.
I think Cayenne would probably just be wondering until she ends up at probably the Druid Circle.
Yeah. You head back up, you get to the Druid Circle, and your familiar little dwarf is there.
Just spend time with her for a little bit.
And she just kind of, she's like, oh, Cayenne. Pleasant to have you here.
Hello again.
And she just kind of looks at, just kind of like froze a little bit, and she's like, you smell like you've been dealing with nobles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last time I interacted with nobles, they came down here and they're like, oh, look, this is a druid circle. Oh, how quaint. Look, that's a druid. Aren't they interesting to observe?
They treated her like a hedge wizard. That's terrible.
Those are the kind of beings that deserve no less than their heads on a pike.
Although when the noble druids actually visit the ones that have to deal with the politics, they're rather kind and usually leave gifts. And how are you doing? And she offers you a few oat cookies.
I'll take a couple. I'm doing okay for the most part. Me and my sister have a lot of business that we have to get figured out with our family and everything like that.
Well, you might scramble a few eggs along the way, but I'm sure you're fully capable of that. You know what they say about scrambled eggs make an omelet.
And how's your day going?
Oh, it's okay. I managed to make these cookies without adding any miscellaneous ingredients. And I found a 4-leaf clover.
Very nice.
And she holds it out to you.
I'll look at it.
It's beautiful. And she takes your hand and she puts the 4-leaf clover in it, and she pushes it towards you.
Oh. I don't care if I smell like dog, I'm gonna hug her. I don't even care. If I smell like dog, I smell like dog.
And she hugs back very gently, and it's very nice, probably reassuring to you. I'm guessing that you're dealing with a very nice dwarf for once.
Mm-hmm.
You can ask her about dwarven culture if you want a little bit more.
I think I'm gonna learn a little bit more about her side of dwarven culture, because it seems like there might be some differences than the not free dwarves.
Yeah.
And probably learn a little bit more about lycanthropy from her, like little tidbits, not like super big things, just little tidbits that she'd be willing to share.
Tom, grab your notes. She just sits down with you and gets comfy, and she makes some tea for you, and you can smell the tea. And that really bad hangover you're suppressing, even just the smell of the tea is starting to relax you and alleviate that terrible hangover of whatever the fuck that drink was.
Garbage is what it's going to be.
No way, that thing has too many uses.
Could probably use
Then
this
it can
jet
go
fuel.
in yours and Sunny's room.
That's fine.
Hidden from the eyesight and view of Scav and Cayenne.
Scav's like,
change it,
fuck that
turn it
drink.
into a different bottle and give it back to Scav.
She's like, so, I'm a free dwarf. There's a difference. I'm not a dwarf. I'm a dwarf. D-O-R-F. Dwarves are those of the Empire, spelled in the traditional sense. We believe in the freedoms and interacting with the world as equals, while as the Empire believes they're above everyone else, and that each being that they come in contact is a simple utility to further their operations. The only ones they remotely see as equal are gnomes. Any gnome merchant that approaches the Dwarven city is instantly waived all fees and actually evaluated. They're also, once they pass the fees, are generally not required to have guards following them and free to do business. Tom's glaring at me. The more you find about Dwarven culture,
The more we find a use for that fucking chest.
oh god, the chest.
No, you get to find out Cayenne's secret job of being an executioner with drawing and quartering.
That works.
She got the lower half for it.
I was just gonna say something. I was trying to come up with a joke on that.
You know, Nikolai could probably rig up a pulley system that way you can draw and quarter somebody all on your own.
She looks over at you and she's like, a
do that
disturbing
one, right?
fact about centaurs, and are you okay with me sharing such details? Or would you rather that I don't?
My sister has told me terrible things that have happened to her. I can handle it.
She probably didn't work with the Empire directly, just the ones that are basically out in the world. In the Dwarven city, centaurs are looked to as simply an instrument like any other horse. And they bind their horses in the most cruelest of ways. Centaurs, they basically, from my understanding, their tack gear is permanent, infused to them essentially. The pulley system is put between two ribs within their lower body and locked on either side so it can never be removed.
Damn.
The aura of hatred. Let the hate fill you. Yes.
Manny has his aura of confusion. Jesse has her aura of anger.
Tom has his aura of disappointment.
Aura of bloodshed.
It's quite a heinous act, and their hooves are bound as well to basically keep them from leaving. And some centaurs that act out have their arms removed so that they are just demoted to simple cattle work.
Damn.
And remind me again why this empire is not burned down to the ground.
They provide too much for the world.
Seems like the world needs to get on its own 2 feet and make their own things for a change.
From what I've heard outside of these walls, the world is getting to that point. Wizards are starting to contend with the dwarves with supplying materials. And people are starting to see the atrocities that they're allowing to happen in exchange for materials. Even gnomes are starting to turn their back on dwarves for certain technologies, whatever those may be. Abominations. As for my certain disability, it's a curse. It could be cured by a greater restoration. I just choose not to. Eric comes and visits me and takes care of me. He is a blood hunter. Often at the Hunters Guild, you can find him there. Specializes in it. And I have to deal with the issues that come along with that. I can't scratch, claw, bite, wound anybody by my own means because it is possible to infect them.
Even with traditional lycanthropy, in the traditional sense, like full moon stuff, like how does this work with this place when there's effectively 3 moons?
Oh, it's interesting.
You do say they align once in a while, so that when it happens, I
This
presume.
fixes say technically lycanthrope's full transformation spans between the full cycle of the moon, not just during the full moon. You'll start noticing little changes.
Well, yeah, as you get closer, yeah.
So you'll actually be able to, if you want, on your own accord, go visit Eric and talk to him to find more about lycanthropy.
Definitely make that a plan.
She just offers you a few more cookies. You take a bite of one probably, and there's a little bit of fur in there, like if a cat were helping make your food.
Or like if Mars gets on the counter when I put anything in a bowl.
For me?
No, you won't eat it.
I will sniff and I will walk off, but I will leave a few strands of fur behind, just so you know I was here.
Cheddar's so comfy right now.
Oh yeah, no, he passed the fuck.
Wonder if there would be some history of a lycantar. It's an interesting quandary.
That's
It's just
a
like
little
half
too
change,
much.
or like
That's,
we're talking
that's
just like a
little-
Shaft changes.
That's too much.
Goes
So-
into full monster horse.
So I'm assuming you're going to take your leave after spending a little bit more time with her.
Yeah.
or would it be like,
Mungo, where are you going? Stop talking. Where are you going?
if I stop talking, how am I supposed to answer the question?
And she is now giving you permission to talk about what you're doing.
Gonna go check out like the local potion shop.
A local potion shop.
See if Sunny wants to come with, or if she just wants to chill, because she's getting a hell of an info dump.
Sunny's not doing so well. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Wrong choice of words there.
This is kind of difficult, yeah.
As someone casts
No.
remote
Buddy.
disintegration,
Disintegrating Sunny.
which might be end up sunny side up. So you do find the local potion shop. It's called Measure Twice.
Measure twice, blow up once.
Just referred to as Measure Twice. God damn, man, breaking stuff over there. And it is in the mid. So you head into the Measure Twice, and all these smells are hitting you in permeations, and you're just like, oh, fuck. And you start wandering around the shop, I assume, to investigate things. And right above you, you hear, "Welcome to my store. Can I help you?"
Look up to see who's talking.
It's a pure blood-red dragonborn.
Thank God, I thought it was going to be something else.
The lizard folk.
Nope. Something a bit more feathery.
And Arakora's there.
So weird. This cat's developing a fear of birds.
It's so backwards.
He's been shanked and hurt by so fucking many of them.
Still kind of shocked that Mongo hasn't said a word about Cayenne's newly acquired bird.
He's trying to forget he's there.
Or she.
Or she.
They-
Sorry, Cheddar, didn't mean to wake you.
The Dragonborn is very finely dressed for their job. And how can I help you? I assume you're looking for ingredients or possibly a guiding hand on how to make potions. Or are you here lost from your parents to cause a prank?
Well, okay, more the guiding hand, however, I do love a good prank. I have two brothers who are damn near begging for it.
Well, as all children do. Unfortunately, we can't sell things to someone of your age. You need your parents' consent.
Let them know exactly how old I am.
And they look at you very perplexed. They're going to do an insight.
Fair enough. I'm not lying about my age.
They don't believe you, and they're like,
I'm a munchkin tabaxi.
right. Spinning tails now to try and get around the obvious lie.
Humphrey, could you vouch for me, please?
You hear Humphrey chime up. His parents told me not to lie. He is clearly lying.
The fuck?
The prankster got pranked.
The child is clearly irresponsible for dealing with
Child?
the outside world. And his parents assured me to put me on his head to make sure he get in trouble. Oh, very good. Well, until I have your parents' consent, I cannot sell
Well,
you
seeing as
any
how
of the
they're fucking
wares.
dead, that's going to be a bit hard to do.
Well, aren't you a little edgy for a child? Going through that phase in your life, are you?
No, my brother he's the edgelord.
She's over there trying not to laugh in your general direction, probably.
Big old grin on her face over there.
Yeah. Now run along. get some documentation from your parents, and I'll be happy to sell you things from my shop.
Oh my god, my head hurts now.
That's amazing.
Damn.
Do I have any sort of official ID or anything?
You never got it.
God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna go find Coin and get some fucking ID.
You head out very upset. You're like, fuck!
Oh god. I have to ask, was this planned or did you let dice determine that?
I let the dice just turn that one. The dice just said, fuck him up.
Yeah, that's what I get for rolling high on my fucking Arcana.
A
universe
dragonborn
said,
that's
"Wait a
never
minute,
seen
wait a
a
minute, this
musket
can't happen."
vaccine.
The universe said, "Wait a minute, that's illegal."
Yep.
Humphrey's like, that was glorious.
Thanks, bud.
You are more than welcome,
Oh my
friend.
god, my head hurts now. Drink some water.
Where are you off to?
I'm gonna go find Coin and get some fucking documentation.
Heading up to the upper crest
Yep.
to request a meeting with Coin. Scabbard, where are you off to?
I am probably
Laughing
going
fucker
to.
that does it. Fuck you too.
You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and head over to the temple.
Alright. So the temple, as I have described to Cayenne, you head inside. There's some construction going on inside. And, yeah, it's a beautiful temple.
Take a look around. And head to the nearest person that looks like they would be someone to ask questions about here.
You approach someone and it's a furbolg, and they're like, and they were in the middle of doing something. They're like,
Sorry,
I do find that quite rude that you interrupted my prayer.
I'm terribly sorry. Very new here. Don't know who to speak to. You were the first person I saw.
They look around. Why would I know? I was in mid prayer to my deity. I'm so confused. And you feel warmth behind you, like you're just suddenly standing next to a furnace.
Turn around.
And you see the temple, the high priestess of the temple, and she's like, please don't disturb other patrons without privilege of them saying you can disturb them.
Oh, absolutely. I am terribly sorry.
I'm aware that you gemstone kobolds think you're of the highest privilege, but you're within my home at the temple, and you will abide by my rules.
And it is a very beautiful temple. And I do apologize if I have offended.
Apologize to the furbolg.
Absolutely. And I am terribly sorry. Is it a male or a female?
That's a dude.
I am terribly sorry, good sir.
And he's like, he goes back to his prayer.
And he's generally trying to be somewhat quiet here, not make too much noise. Sorry, I'm very new to this city. First time within the temple here. I wanted to know a little bit more, and here I am.
Who are you? You just walk into the temple and you're like... She looks at you, raises an eyebrow ever so slightly, and she just kind of, Did other gemstones kobold put you up to this? Because generally your kind could care less for religion because it's not a way to gain status.
I can assure you that that's something I don't care about, and no one put me up to it. I am actually here on my own accord.
I just heard bullshit from the entire table in your direction.
Hey, keep me out of this.
Oh no, you were thinking it.
I could hear it over here.
Sure.
Those gears were turning.
Okay, I care a little bit, but not enough to like actually like, hey, I'm doing this to like improve things. No, I am here on my own accord. I am a devout of Bahamut,
Oh,
but
interesting.
I wish to learn more about not only him but of the other gods, so I can understand things as well.
Any in particular?
Any and all that I can.
If you were to go down that route, you might as well become a priest and spend the rest of your life in this temple.
Well, that might prove to be something a little bit of a probable impossibility. But
So, why don't we be smart and wise and narrow it down from a few hundred to just a handful or perhaps a few?
well, the ones that I know of currently, if I could pull this up, would be Sharon's, Bahamut, of course, Albert, the door god, Soon of the Moon, the Lady of Blood, and Mishi, as well as Papa, the last one.
Ah, Mishi, one of the goblin deities of their pantheon. They're all such interesting deities. Bahamut, of course, is well understood. Very few people ever speak of Papa as he is a gatekeeper god. Not enough credit. And she's like, perhaps we'll start at Bahamut. Did you know that Bahamut had a wife?
Did I?
Do a religion.
I do not. That is a flat 10.
Just a 10, bud.
It's a 10.
What is this flat 10?
It's weird. I
God.
don't ever roll around that range.
Maybe you're starting to kind of even out there.
Does
It's
it
always on
hurt?
like one end of the spectrum or the other.
It's interesting.
Are you a paladin without any religion modifier?
No, I actually am.
Oh, you
like,
use your
proficient-
modifier. Okay,
I'm
and
proficient
only got a
in
10.
religion, but it
Lord, what did you actually roll?
was a 4.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah.
Usually what I get on
Apparently,
my
speaking
arcana.
ill in the temple has smited you and threw the dice.
I did not know about that, actually. No.
So, in the very early days, before any of us were truly around, let's say Generation 1, pre-Cataclysm first.
Before the first cataclysm.
Pre-Cataclysm the first.
Is that deities roamed amongst us a lot more. Apparently there are lots of rumors that they wander amongst us currently, in various forms. Bahamut was one of those deities that was proud, and he had a wife called Tiamat. And they ruled all dragonkin together. But when they started having children, they began to squabble over said children. And a war broke out between them, and they took sides because they wanted to rule differently. I'm assuming you can understand how Tiamat rules.
Well, Bahamut, from what I know, is a very good god. I assume Tiamat was more maleficent.
She's truly evil. And she saw that her kin could be used to rule with an iron fist, and Bahamut saw that that was the wrong way to rule, and they couldn't find the middle ground. Whenever you, well, we are not sure if kobolds are dragons, but dragonborn, half dragons and dragons, whenever they do anything questionable, they might hear the whispers of Tiamat trying to lure them to her. If you do good, you will hear the whispers of Bahamut. Now, there's an interesting thing due to the historians. And she heads downstairs where she took Cayenne and goes to a few books. You're seeing all these books on various deities, gods, all things to do with religion, and it's just like, holy shit.
There's so much here.
You're realizing capital cities, their temples are stacked with knowledge. And there is, during this time of great strife, and Tiamat has done everything that she could do to strike a name from history, but more and more people are finding, as people venture out into the world and discover old relics and runes and things like that, they discover lost religions and deities, and by speaking these deities' names and following them, you give them power, which gives them power in the overall world. And in this, they have discovered another deity called Selene. It is apparently one of the children of Bahamut and Tiamat that went their own direction.
How do you spell it?
I will send that to you.
So, child of Bahamut and Tiamat. That's, interesting.
Apparently there is another race of dragons out there that's been struck in from the history books by Tiamat. She essentially made sure that they were all extinct. We don't really know anything about that.
Okay.
Whereas Tiamat is pure evil and Bahamut is pure good, Selene is true neutral. He believes in the gray of everything and that there is either a good or an evil way to deal with it, and that's what nature deems.
Okay. So, more of a neutral nature dragon god?
Correct. And the followers of Selene apparently never took sides. If there was a war, they stepped aside and let it happen. If there was murder and strife, same thing. They believed in the gray of absolute. Only if their life and their kin were in direct jeopardy would they intervene.
Strange, but well, understandable to some degree.
They were also a deity of knowledge, and if they gathered vast amounts of knowledge.
Okay. What's your name, by the way?
I have to switch tabs. She looks at you. My name is Harris.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Chris. H-R-Y-S.
H.
I'm assuming you're heading to the lower lands to go to the Hunters Guild, or where you want to go meet that blood hunter, huh?
Yeah. And just going to look without touching any of the jobs at the Hunters Guild to see if there would be any that Cayenne could possibly do on her own.
Okay. That's fair.
Okay. Let's see. So just put it right here.
So, you do get to the lower eventually and get to the Hunters Guild. It's not hard to miss. You're familiar with how Hunters Guilds look at this point.
Oh, yeah.
And you see various people coming and going, and you see a weird thing. It's a Furball wearing full plate armor, and you see a little frog next to them walking. And they're also wearing full plate armor, and they're still covered in blood and guts from a previous hunt.
Do they look more like a poison dart frog or more of kind of a horny toad type of appearance?
It's not so much a frog, but more of a toad, and like one of those really fat, plump toads. Just
Like
chuckling
the
away.
mossy
full-blade armor.
frogs that are hard to tell between like dirt on a log or an
Yeah.
actual critter.
Yeah. And they're just talking back and forth, heading off in the direction. And
Countered a few of those. It's crazy.
yeah, this is a rather large Hunter's Guild. It's 2 stories, and you can go in and ask.
Just make my way inside.
You head inside, and there is a tabaxi there, and they're just kind of just like a calico one, and she's sitting there, she's just rolling a marble back and forth, and
Tabaxi fidget toy.
just being completely idle.
I'm sure that they work the same as all the other hunters guilds where they have a bulletin where all the jobs are posted.
Yep. Gonna go take an investigation on that?
Yeah, just do a investigation with my hands at my sides.
Alright, go ahead and do an investigation.
Not even the wall.
So you
I'm
have
not
learned
touching
about
the frame, I'm not touching
another
the wall, I'm
dragon
not
deity.
touching a single piece of paper.
Okay.
What'd you get?
A 12.
A 12? You're looking over and it's taking a while to like get through all the various contracts. It's a little overwhelming how many are actually here because it's a capital city board. One that stands out to you that just looks really strange is that there's nearby caves to here outside the city walls, and they're basically looking for to help reduce the number of these things and to basically bring back their glands in doing so for various apothecary things or potion things up in the other parts of the city or even lower. And they're just simply referred to, labeled as very scribbly, and there's even a question mark next to it. A dread bat.
Red bat?
That's what they're referring to him as.
Okay. So basically just a retrieval for the glands of these things?
Yeah, so the population is getting a little too big, but they can use the glands for medical purposes.
Is it one of those alive or dead sort of thing?
Dead.
Dead. Okay. It seems kind of easy and enough, sort of.
Yeah, you could probably take your siblings with you on that one.
If you want to.
Pretty sure it'd end up happening pretty sure it would end up happening. It would end up being a voluntold group affair rather than being a solo affair.
Yeah, as
As-
far as I know, our contract with the Hunters Guild, if one picks something, we all are responsible for it.
The other contract you see on there is to travel out towards the post and help thin out the clips. 1 copper per clip.
Nope.
What are the clips again?
The little footballs full of teeth.
Oh, those fucking things.
The football buzzsaws.
Yeah.
The ones that.
Only a copper each? Fuck that!
Well, we did learn that they did have a pretty big weakness to fire, so there's that.
But only 1 copper per clip. Cayenne's
Maybe develop hunting methods using
If
a ring of
Kayak
fire,
could
that might
spit
work.
on that contract, she would.
Fuck that.
Spit on it, she would, but she's not even going to risk that because it'd be hard luck if she does spit on that contract.
Becomes
She
her-
Your
gets that
DNA is now
contract.
on that contract.
So
Make
do
sure you don't
take the
breathe
bat
too
one?
heavy on the
I'll
contract
take
either,
that
huh?
one.
Okay, go ahead and add that to your notes. So,
Batty, batty, bat.
yeah, do you head out after you get the information? Or do prayers?
I will do another thing actually. I have a question.
She looks at you. Of
Oh,
course.
by the way, Scabbard. It's a pleasure to meet you.
We're not going to throw an Evason crest there?
Emperor of Evan Crest.
Lord
I'm,
Scabbard, Emperor Evason crest.
Where would be the best to know more information about paladins and clerics and other things in regards to Bahamut.
You'd have to find the Temple of Bahamut. There aren't any currently within this city. Other major cities might have them. As this temple is a shared space for various things, it's not a gathering point for a specific deity.
Okay. And is there anything around the temple I can help with?
You can light all the candles.
Oh no.
I will actually help with that.
She gives you she goes over and she goes through some tools and she gets a flint and steel for you.
Go ahead and I'm lighting some candles.
And you're seeing that once you just walk back into the main hall, you're seeing it's a monumental task because of the various towers as well.
And you accepted to light all the candles.
I need to roll dice for this.
Scavern's gonna be gone for a while.
There's 650 candles.
That's a lot. Don't know if I can reach some of those.
This whole part reminds me of this joke my dad told me a long time ago that I'll have to share later.
Oh boy, I'm excited to hear
It's so good.
I'll turn to her. I don't know if I can light all of them, but I'll do the best I can to light the ones.
She walks past you and very like as smug as she can be because she's very humble. Faith will guide you.
Well, there you go. I'm gonna spend time lighting the candles.
It's gonna take a while.
Is it enlightening?
It might be by the time he's done.
I have a whole day since this is still morning, right? I have a whole day. I'm gonna work on doing this.
What are you doing, Cayenne? You're still on your way up to the upper and you're waiting for a meeting and appointment, kicking rocks at this point.
Yeah. It's like, aren't I supposed to be the fucking king or some shit? Can I just walk in and talk to my assistant?
Station 650
Just gonna chill
times
at
though, man.
Hunter's Guild
It's just a
for
candle.
a little bit and see if
Exhaustion is still a
I
thing.
notice anyone who
Okay.
may be a blood hunter if I see the one named Eric.
You can ask for it
Exhaustion from using candles.
from the tabaxi.
Heard.
And she's just there rolling this
Okay.
rock back and forth as she
Maybe a
likes.
special situation.
Does it look like a cat's eye marble or just a
Just a normal rock. And she's
just
sitting there.
smooth?
Huh?
While I'm waiting for coin, I'm gonna take a look around for a rock to get noodle.
Okay, investigation.
A pretty rock.
Pretty rock. Yeah, do you approach her and she looks at you? She pauses for a moment. She's like, "No, horse. Oh, forgive me. I almost said something rude."
Okay. I was wondering if you could point me in the direction of, I believe the Archdruid said a gentleman by the name of Eric.
Oh, I can get him for you. And she puts the rock in her pocket and heads off. If you want, you can do a perception on the rock. You seem curious about that.
I'm more or less curious why this is a favorite rock of hers.
I want to know what the
Nice.
nice name is.
Natural 20?
Modified 20.
Modified 20? It looks like almost like a rock that you would find in a pond. Like really one of those beautiful rocks. And you can tell that when she's rolling it back and forth, that she's trying to round it out. Just over time of where.
So it's like a river rock.
Yeah.
That she's trying to turn into a little ball.
Yep.
The hard way.
What's this Tabasky's name?
You're not there, bud.
I know. A player asking, because I love
You're-
Tabaxi names. You're great.
You're not there, bud.
Player knowledge?
So as you're waiting, you see this person walk out, and they're wearing like full plate mail. It has a really high collar to it, and you can see that it's almost blade-like along it. And they're wearing like,
Raising changes.
and they have like, you can see how thick this plate mail is. There's armor over armor, and it's this. It's actually this hobgoblin, and he's got like a goatee, and his hair comes up, and it's in like a bit spiky, and he walks over to you, and you can see like these deep scars across his face, like as if he got in a fight with a bear or something and just dragged its claws across its face.
Jesus.
And he's just like, you're the one that's looking for me, I presume.
Yeah. Eric?
Correct. How may I be of service to you? What needs killing?
Oh, nothing needs killing, but, I recently came from the Middle Druid Circle. The Archdruidess told me that I could speak to you to learn more about, lycanthropy rather than what she was able to tell me.
Oh, lycanthropes.
I'm just always been super interested in the more obscure creatures. Vampires, vampire hybrids, lycanthropes.
Vampires are not my specialty. Lycanthropes are my specialty, and I love to hunt them. I'm very good at it. I once hunted a panther lycanthrope across an entire continent.
That sounds like quite the adventure.
It was the adventure, and when I found them and cornered them, it was quite the fight. I pulled their lower jaw off and their teeth out of their bleeding face, and then cooked their their heart over fire.
Cook their fire. Okay.
Yes. Well, technically, that is their fire. But that is a story for another time. And then he motions and he heads out the front door, and people just give him a white berth like, the fuck is this guy? And he's got 2 long swords on his back, and he's got like a set of daggers along like one thigh, and another sword on this side.
Very heavily armed.
Oh, yeah.
Kyan will definitely be taking the time to learn what she can about lycanthropes and what he could tell her about, like, blood hunters.
Yeah, being a blood hunter, you find out a very interesting fact is that he discloses to you that he has lycanthropy, and those that are more forthcoming lycanthropes, we share that we're afflicted, so that if you feel uncomfortable, you may leave, or if you're okay with us in your presence, we can stay, or vice versa. It's not fair for us to hide such details from the public.
That's very considerate of you.
There's been a large movement within the lycanthrope economy and nature and ecosystem to be more open and integrate into society, as we can offer things such as hunting and bringing food in. If we kill something, we can't afflict it and leave it diseased. That's not how it works. We can bring food back for people. We're better hunters in a lot of ways.
Oh, okay. So lycanthropy can't affect a dead body.
Blood hunters, we deal with essentially all things that go bump in the night. Vampires, lycanthropes, ghosts, banshees, phantasms.
That all sounds fun.
It is fun until you die, and then you find yourself being a ghost yourself.
I get a feeling that may had happened to at least one of my parents, an ancestor, or someone else that I know.
Oh, that'd be such a cool druid spell for 20th level.
Jesus. 20th level.
The 20th level druid spell that you can cast where it summons all of your dead ancestors, basically as an army of the dead, a spectral army.
Damn.
So dope.
Imagine that, a bunch of centaurs showing up.
Oh, that's just a big
Isn't that what the
spooky fuck
ancestor
you.
spirit for one of them can do?
Don't think it's that powerful, though.
Oh, there's a barbarian that kind of...
There is. It's not a. It's a barbarian that does that.
Can you imagine that? All those centaurs just showing up like, alright, we're ready to fight. Let's go.
It's like, oh, thank God, I'm so bored. Afterlife, just sitting around waiting.
And having fun. In a
Drinking
beautiful
all the
place.
time, being merry. I get to kick some ass again. Yeah, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask him.
Basically, just where would be the best place to go to, I guess, try to learn the ins and outs of being a blood hunter.
He would actually be your source for it, so he can start teaching you things about it. And go out on, patrols with him and that sort of thing.
Cayenne would just want to learn, like, small things, really.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure you've read the entire thing in D&D Beyond.
Oh yeah, I have it bookmarked.
I am not surprised.
Yeah, I had already had that bookmarked when we did one-off when I was learning how to D&D.
So, he's essentially running you through the basics and things like that, and how particularly his path works. And being a blood hunter, he's not so sure about the alchemy path and those sorts of paths. But he's educating you on the path of what he deals with, the lycanthrope path. And that's primarily why he just deals with them, is because he's an expert at dealing with them. But he's been one his entire life. He grew up as a blood hunter.
After spending some time with him and learning some things, Cayenne's probably gonna head out to, like, I guess, what you consider like a pavilion or a gathering area, just to kind of like chill.
Yeah, that's easy enough. Actually, that's where you guys kind of end up, is eventually just at a pavilion, chilling out, just talking. A few people give a few glances like, what the fuck is that guy doing with all that gear?
Making a point.
It's like, if someone can go toe-to-toe with Sir Mir, it might be that guy. But yeah, it's easy enough for him. He's more than willing to open up and share things, and actually he's quite interested in sharing things, as most people give him a wide berth. One, he's a hobgoblin. Two, he's a blood hunter and a lycanthrope. So it's like, yeah.
She'd definitely be asking him if he's had any, like, interesting, like, interactions with centaurs before.
Let's see. Let me roll a history. You're in luck.
Oh, boy.
He just kind of looks over. He's like, one of my acquaintances and longtime friends that's moved away was actually a centaur. And she was a blood hunter as well, but of the alchemist kind.
That's really cool.
She's very talented at it. What? You keep glancing at me. I'll get back to you in a minute.
No, I'm just saying that the alchemist
Do you need some chalky milk and be put in timeout too?
chocolate milk show is good. We know this.
Is that what's going on with me?
Huh?
Is that what's going on with me? I'm in timeout.
I'll get
Yes.
back to you.
I'll ask you about it later.
Leland wants to do stuff too.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, she's quite amazing. I keep in contact with her, and she's an expert in poisons, as that's kind of what she deals with. He leans in very close to you, and he's like, she's half Komodo dragon.
That's fucking terrifying. Wait,
So,
what
a lizard.
would
type.
she?
A lizard centaur.
Would
Alright.
so? Does she have
right
a
there, bud.
human upper half still?
Yeah,
Is it more like the sort of Voldemort style face, to where it's like the slits for nostrils?
not quite, but she does have some like lizard type features.
Looks kind of like a Yonti, but isn't quite a Yonti.
Yeah, and if she bites you, you're fucked.
Huh.
You're not going to be walking away from that.
Would you search your freaking
Heck, I don't even think you'd be walking away from that if she slapped you with her tail.
Yeah.
That would just fragment bone in half. Or in many different ways.
They're really low to the ground, so it's...
You wouldn't be able to budge her in a fight.
Yeah.
You would be basically
They
up
Komodo
in a
dragons wrestle each other.
Oh, yeah, I
and they're
know.
using pound per pound like weight
Oh, yeah, yeah.
to throw their weight. So there
Yeah.
would be no moving.
I'm just trying to picture it, because Komodo dragons are low to the ground lizards. They're not like...
She's
Have
not.
you seen how big they can be? It's
Yes!
Yeah,
terrifying.
so you can see why she's an expert alchemist.
I like her.
Do you mind letting me know what her name is? Because I would like to meet her one day.
Let me grab that for you. Invite her over to the castle and say hi to her.
Yeah.
She would definitely be someone I'd be willing to work with for sure. Because that's a very interesting character.
Okay, computer, can I have the fucking
And
name?
would be a good ally too.
Okay, Nikolai, what are you doing? Well, I get this name.
Okay, well...
Moving on.
And you overslept, bud.
What are you up to?
Well, would ask Millum if she would like to go to that swap meet thing with him.
Oh, I knew that was going to come up.
And that's where they spend the rest of their days.
How did Nikolai get captured? Oh, he mentioned going to the swap meet. We didn't really hear back from him.
Is he captured, or do they just keep dangling shiny in front of him?
And then another thing you'd want to do is take her to the vault, so she can look at things, see if she finds anything that she needs. wants.
Elibora.
Elabora.
So, swap meet first.
She's like, oh, am I getting any weird looks because...
No,
Okay.
or at least I don't think so. We have Ace with us.
Ace is like,
You got us? You the man, Ace.
I knew a panda.
You knew a panda? What's a panda?
They're like a bear, but they look like they ran out of ink. And got in a fight because they have two black eyes.
So no.
Alrighty.
They only eat sticks.
A bear that eats sticks.
Yes, they only eat sticks. Their process is very low functionality.
Okay. So they're friendly?
No,
Okay. So tell me about yourself. Like, what you been doing?
oh, about that project I was working on.
Yeah, what was that all about? Hopefully they were able to stop it before it blew up and hurt someone, apparently.
Oh, that was a joke. It was perfectly stable.
Oh, okay. Well, then there's some people, some tinkerers out where you got pulled from, wondering what the hell they're there for.
Well, I happen to get my hands on a bunch of interesting ingredients to attempt to make, well, there's these world creatures that people are scared of.
World creatures?
Yes. Big, monstrous creatures that help reset the world, apparently.
Oh.
And one of my processes was, how can I help with that? Most notably, the one that's well documented is a Tarrasque. So,
Wait, you wanted to help a Tarrasque or help deal with a Tarrasque?
deal with one as nobody can deal with one.
Oh, okay.
So, I started to develop a method.
A method? Okay.
Take one of the airship crystals, destabilize it, wrap it in a bunch of magical scrolls of high power and explosives,
And drop it on them.
make them eat it.
Ah,
See,
that would be...
I
That would...
like her. She would appreciate the fucking kamikaze.
And we we go into that story?
She's like, I had 4 scrolls of fireball,
Uh-huh.
enchanted to be at 10th level. Poor Tom over there is like, what? That were basically used as wrapping for this very unstable crystal.
Deep breaths. I see you hyperventilating.
20 pounds of explosives and 5
Okay.
pounds of nitroglycerin.
Oh, okay. I've got some dynamite in my
That's a
bag.
lot of nitro.
Oh,
I
and the
pulled
city.
out a stick of dynamite out of the bag. I got some of these.
And the city also allowed me to use some of their personal wares and enchanted mithril and silver for shrapnel. I was working for the city on countermeasures.
Oh, that's really cool.
Behold, his sister is more batshit insane than he is.
Actually, for Terrace, that seems pretty normal.
That
I mean, it
might
might
actu-
not be enough, but I mean, sounds like a good fucking starting place. Just fucking saying.
Oh, I also was working with a wizard, and they theorized that if you can open a black hole inside of a T-Rex, that would be all they wrote.
That makes sense.
We couldn't figure out how to incorporate a black hole explosion within the bomb without destroying, well, a large portion of the world.
Okay,
Start a black hole, how to finish a black hole.
so does Nikolai know exactly what a black hole is, or it has a
To
concept
an
of
intelligence. Wisdom roll there, bud.
wisdom roll? Okay, this one rolled good for me last time. Come on, dice.
Zero King.
Yeah.
She's scarier than Nikolai.
9.
You just nod like, mm-hmm. You don't know what the fuck is. You're just like, mm-hmm.
Well, he's not proud, so I've never heard this word. What is a black hole?
The creature or the actual thing?
Well, you just said black hole. Open a black hole in the terrestrial stomach. What is
Oh, the thing.
that? There's a black hole creature?
Yes, that's a different thing.
Okay. Enlighten me, please.
Gnomish tinkers theorize, working off of various notes, that out there in the known universe, there's a thing referred to as a black hole that sucks everything in and destroys it instantaneously. But you can't get rid of it because it's always hungry.
There's only one of them?
Oh no, there might be multiple.
Oh.
We don't know what's actually out there in.
What happens if a black hole meets a black hole?
I don't know. Do I look like an expert in black holes? I'm an expert in explosives.
Well, you're more an expert than I am. I've never heard of this thing before.
And I theorized that you might actually be intelligent.
Oh, damn.
I grew up in an orphanage, alright?
She looks at you as she's walking, and she heads out the on the way with you. She's like, "That's no excuse not to pick up a book and read it, or a scroll.
I've read books. There was nothing like that there.
You are lost."
Sophie, lay down, girl.
No, she's trying to lay right here.
No, you can't lay there. Sophie, come here.
Nope, too late.
Come here, Sophie.
Come on, come on.
Come here, doggy. You can't lay there, hon. Come here.
So she.
Sophie, dog.
So you're heading down to the underground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to take you guys a while because you're small. Even with Ace helping, it's going to
Alright.
take a while.
Alright.
Remember, he's not as big as he was.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, we can use the gondolas too.
so it'll take a while.
Yeah, still gonna take a while. Yeah, it's fine. Then just talk with her and learn more about her. Figure out how she ticks.
Oh, she follows very much the same beat as you, but oh so much crazier because she deals with explosives on a regular basis.
On a regular basis. Nikolai does machines. Dabbles with explosives.
Whereas she also deals with, you're finding out how different her kind of tinkering magic is than yours, where she has to have all the raw ingredients present in order to do that, and you're like, oh my god.
I'd ask her, how did she learn tinkering that way?
It's how they do things where I'm from. Even wizards do it that way.
Huh. That's interesting. One would be very interested in that.
Druids, wizards, tinkers, we all do things that way.
Huh. So you associate the materials with the thing you're trying to work with as like some type of like connection point or something to manipulate the magics from one through another.
Yes.
Interesting. Where was Nikolai able to successfully help her figure out identify? No.
No. There's a lot of translation work to be done.
Okay, so, but we're figuring it out.
You might have to bring Mongo in to help
Okay.
because of the material components.
Yeah.
Mongo's like shit.
No, really, I kind of would love to find out another way to cast magic. Fuck yeah. Still waiting for an excuse to talk to Alufa about her subclass.
So, I've been meaning to ask you a question, sister, and maybe a little too upfront, a little too early. But
Am I better than you? Yes.
we have yet to make that determination, sister. But what are your thoughts on recovering your true form? If it is even possible.
She looks at you. I'm happy.
Okay.
I'm upgraded. I can fly.
That is
well,
pretty cool.
glide.
That's pretty cool.
It's an improvement over. She holds up your arm. This.
Okay.
Structurally, I'm a lot more sturdier than you.
Okay.
As if I crash, I have a little bit of, as the others say, fluff.
Oh,
So, do you want to upgrade to Flying Squirrel?
no. Okay. Alrighty. I was just interested. I was just wondering what your thoughts on that are. Do you know the druid that helped you? You kept in contact with them?
You've only lit 23 candles.
Yeah. I'm going.
Yeah, you're having trouble with it.
Just keep on
So
going.
yeah, just idle talk until we get to the.
Sleight of hand.
Just idle talk until we
Yeah.
get to the place.
Yeah. So, where do you head off?
Just wondering
Okay.
at this point. Until I run into one of the siblings or I find an interesting bar or something.
Interesting
Or
bar.
Interesting bar or interesting person.
Interesting
25.
bard, interesting bard.
You run into a gelatinous cube bard, and he's like, squish, 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 and takes you drinking.
Cuban Pete's back!
Well, coins in town, so.
Cuba Pete. So that was 25.
25? Okay. You're starting to get the hang of it. Pretty easily how to do this flint steel. You're like, why am I having so much trouble in this temple?
I don't know. I use it all the time.
Am I intimidated by the temple?
I'll keep on going. Make this my own personal duty.
Feisty's just curled up by the water fountain, just kind of snoozing.
Just kind of chilling.
You can actually do an investigation / religion. Both of them. Or perception and religion. You hear, you get the familiar smell of like cotton candy, and you turn a little bit, and you actually, Lufa is there, and she has a cowl pulled up, but it's hard for her to hide because of who she is, and you can immediately spot there's guards off away from her.
Not like she doesn't have a big old horn on her head anymore.
And yeah, she's like, "Hi, Cayenne.
Hey, Lupa.
You look lonely."
I'm just wandering around.
It's a large city.
Very. Just learning about lycanthropy and learning about blood hunters.
Ooh, Interesting choices.
I've always had an interest in all of the darker, more obscure creatures versus my siblings.
Except for your sister.
Yes, except for Osling. Osling has been thrust into that sort of thing most of her life.
I'm sure if she wanted to, she could scare the black off a cow.
I'm sure that if she had the strength, she could probably make Strahd scared.
We don't speak of the devil.
That was just player stating.
Okay.
That was just the player stating
Okay. It's like, whoa there.
No, that is not Cayenne giving him power, no.
Oh, you do not want to invite him in.
No.
Are you sure?
Start getting that to visit your dreams at night.
You reign.
Oh no, it wouldn't be you, Ryan. You wouldn't have sleep anymore.
That was a 15 on the perception and a 23 on the religion.
You look over at Feisty as she's sleeping next to the shrine, and she's actually sleeping curled up at one of the shrines of the nature deities.
Okay. Kind of makes sense.
Yeah. And Lufa just looks at you.
Taking it by
your quest.
This is my quest for the day.
Yeah.
Like kitty cat requesting attention.
A Sophie. Or not
Sweetie.
Sophie.
That's sweetie.
But yeah, Lufa
It's very tiny.
looks at you and, may I join you on your walk?
Yes, of course.
As you know, I'm a part of your court. I hope that's okay.
That is more than fine.
I'm helping Kippa navigate the toils of royalty. She's a natural at it.
I'm glad to hear that.
Unlike Scabbard. Scabbard seems like a puppy that has yet to figure out how to go outside and use the bathroom.
He's very, very lost at the nobility.
You okay
thing.
there, Tom?
It is not my forte either. I'm more for like, oh yeah, she did this, she did that, she's awesome at doing this, and that be the end of it.
Well, you have people in place that can speak on your behalf, that can handle this sort of things.
Yes. Which I'm very, very glad of, because I'm not well versed in how things are supposed to be ran or done or anything of that nature. I just know how to take my hooves and move them forward and keep going. That's about it.
Sometimes you have to relax. Sometimes you have to sit, enjoy the calm, and think on things. And she just kind of pauses for a moment, and a gray cloak comes up to her and hands her something, and she checks it and then hands him a few coins after nodding, and the gray cloak just heads off in a direction.
Just acts as if nothing even happened.
So, the court has received notice that your sister is going to be staying?
Yes. My sister told me that she's going to stay here to handle the nobility side of things while I travel out with Scav and Nikolai and Mongo to do the adventuring.
I think that will work out fairly well once she finds her footing and we force her not stabbing first and asking questions later.
That's gonna be a lot of work, I think.
Oh, she could undo the stabbing if she wanted to.
I killed them and now I brought them back. I kill you!
I can also, then she can if they decide not to cooperate, she can help the body bury itself.
Free burials.
The twisted form of diplomacy. Do this or I kill you.
You know, she might be the best weapon against Mr. Dark and Creepy. Be like when Wolverine's trying to fight Magneto.
Agree to our terms, or I'll kill you and make it look like an accident. Stab. Hey, corpse, could you go jump off the building real quick? Oh, look, they committed...
I don't know why they committed suicide. It was bizarre.
They threw themselves off.
We were sitting at the table and they just got up and walked out and ran out the window.
Truly a tormented soul. I have no idea what could possibly have.
I don't know what could have
caused
led
him
to
do
that.
Such a thing. Such a travesty.
Oh, so shame, so shame.
Anyway, what are we having for dinner?
Street pizza.
Oh, look, the ear's like a pepperoni. It's crackling.
It would only be crackling if it hit the sidewalk in Arizona.
Oh.
Then it would be a true crackling.
So you eventually get done, and your hands are aching from just how many of these you lit. And you see this.
Hands like this.
You see this little goblin come in, like this little childlike goblin, and they're with their parent, and the parent goes off to do some shrines, and the little goblin kid goes up, and the candle goes out,
Wait.
and runs up to another one, and then runs up to another one,
You really shouldn't do that.
and the kid just turns around and looks at you, and
I don't know what type of candle these are. They may actually be bad luck to do that. Oh.
and eventually the mom comes over, and she's like, "Oh, you found a friend." And the goblin looks over, and he's like kicking his head. He blew out bad luck. And she looks at
We
you,
light the candles.
and he's got snot running down his nose, and
Shaking my head, lighting the candles again.
and she's like, she looks at you, and she's like, "It's bad luck to blow out candles in a temple. You should know better."
I'm the one lighting them, right?
And she takes her child off, and she's like, "Kobolds are so rude, blowing out candles in a temple."
And accusing a child of doing it. Gee, what is wrong with you, Scabbard?
I didn't accuse the child in front
And
of her.
the kid looks back at you.
I don't know how to take that, but okay. I'll relight the ones that he blew out and look for
Just
rest.
a kid being a kid.
Just shitting on your Cheerios. Roll a
Scout's true nemesis. Puberty.
What am I doing?
sleight of hand. Goblin children.
Miss the chance to wish bad luck upon that child under your breath.
I
gonna
curse
do
you.
that.
I curse your family.
Curse
Modify
on you,
20.
curse on your
Modify
family, a curse on your cow.
I curse you with indefinite paper cuts, you little shit.
Oh.
Between the toes.
There's worse places to get paper cuts.
Let's
Oh,
not
I know,
mention
but
them.
it's more inconvenient between the toes.
You ever get a cardboard cut under your nail? That shit sucks.
Yeah.
Imagine one at the back of your ear between where that bend is.
Stop. Can we
I've
just-
gotten one on my nose. Don't ask me how that happened. I don't even know how that happened.
Oh, I got one that will top that. Cut someone's eyelids off with a piece of paper cardboard.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah, go look for. Well, relight the candles and go look for Chris.
She's there.
Turn the flint and steel to her.
And she takes it from you and she puts it onto a little stand.
That's all of them lit for you.
And she just kind of smiles. She knew exactly what happened. And you immediately head out before any more go out.
What time of the day is it at this point?
We're jumping between different people, so it's going to be different times of day.
Yeah.
You head outside, and it's brisk a little bit, and you're like, oh, fuck, the sun's already going down.
Okay.
You spent your whole day lighting candles. Damn. Hopefully there's a lesson in there for you.
I did my good deed for the day in the temple.
Imagine if you had to scrub the entire floor of every floor on your hands and knees with the cloth.
That'd be wild. I guess, with this, I'll make my way around and explore the city a bit.
So, Cayenne, you get to spend the rest of the day with Alufa if you choose to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will do that.
She's actually just so chill to be around, and every once in a while when she'll catch you off guard, and she's like, "Oh, hello there," and as your face just probably goes, "Oh no," she's just like, "I'm just messing with you. It's fun. I have to humor myself somehow. Royals don't have a sense of humor, unless it's coin, and then she'll challenge you to a drinking game."
Yeah.
Coin is a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
She is a lot of fun. Where are you at, Mongo?
Looking
Oh, yeah.
around for the Noodle Rock.
What'd you get for that?
19.
19?
Mhm.
You find a really nice pebble.
Yeah.
Okay! A literal rock. Okay.
Because I owe Noodle an apology for the other day.
Yeah. So, you have to book an appointment with Coin, which is at the end of the day that she has an opening.
She's the regent of the country, and I gotta book a fucking appointment.
She's dealing with a lot
I
right
know,
now. Her
I
schedule's
know,
a
I
bit
know.
full, bud.
I know. Book the appointment.
You're like, I have to book an appointment with my own fucking regent? What the
Yeah.
fuck? I guess she's that fucking busy.
Alright, well, the measure twice was the potion shop for mid. I guess I'll look for a potion shop in upper.
There is not one. Remember, they do not have those sort of things
that's
up
right,
here.
that's right. Is there anything in upper other than, like, fucking royals and shit?
Left's pub.
Guess I head back down to mid. Yeah. Damn.
All of Mongo's plans just ruined for the day.
Yeah.
And it all comes down because of the dice, did it?
Fucking waiting around.
Look for a potion shop in the lower?
Yeah, fuck it. I guess I'll look for a potion shop and lower.
Well, you have to go all the way to mid, then get to the gondola to go all the way down instead of taking the one that goes all the way down.
I gotta kill time before I can fucking have that appointment with the coin.
To get proof that you're actually not just like some kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking ID.
The king needs to make an appointment to speak to his regent.
To get an ID.
That he is actually not a child.
Yeah.
You must be this tall to shop here.
And get yourself a scroll of pedigree and a signet ring.
I don't give a shit about that. Just need one to say, no, I'm not a fucking child.
Careful, Coin might pull a prank on you.
Who knows if this is not a prank that she's pulling on you.
You
This
get
writes
to,
in crown, not a child.
you get to mid and you get off the gondola and you start grumbly walking over there and you're not paying attention where you're going and you bump into someone.
Oh, Fuck, I am so sorry.
And you look over Cayenne, and he bumped directly into a loofah.
No, fuck.
Mongo.
God, what am I gonna get stabbed with this time? Bumping you on fucking
A loofah just smiles, and she's like, Mongo?
Hello, Lufa. I'm so sorry.
If all the short brothers, I would assume that you would look where you're going. Why are you looking at the ground?
It's just been a annoying couple of hours. Tried to get into a potion shop, basically got carded. They don't believe me, and then went to go get some ID.
Pardon?
They think I'm a child.
She looks at you and she's like, well, if the size fits.
Yeah, Humphrey wasn't much helpful either. He told them I am a kid.
I mean, technically.
Fuck off.
Humphrey has a sense of humor, don't you, Humphrey?
Yes, he does.
Humphrey's like, I'm still laughing eternally at
Yes.
this diminished size.
So, did someone think you were a child because you're vertically challenged?
Yes.
Did they have feathers or scales?
Scales.
Oh, of course.
Bright red fucking dragonborn. So then I went to Upper to go see Coin and try to get like some sort of identification saying, no, I'm old enough and arguably responsible enough to handle certain things.
Is it really arguably responsible?
I said arguably. Allegedly.
You would like to argue that you are?
But as it turns out, I need to make an appointment with her. I have one later for the day.
She's tied up in meetings with the rest of the
I know.
court.
So it's just all the traveling around just takes up time.
She looks
Because of the
over at
vertical
you,
challenge.
Cayenne.
Shut it.
It's a pity, you know,
Fucking
that
shorter than I am.
it's really a
I have
pity
an ace.
that she's tied up until later in the day and has to write him a letter. It's not like I'm standing here and I could do it myself. But no one would ever think of that, so... would you like to go get a drink?
Don't ask those things because I don't want to bother you. I know you got plenty of things to do, plenty of catching up.
There's not a lot of catching up. Most of the people that I grew up with are either enemies or dead, and my parents are dead too. And doing anything in the courts takes time, so I'm just waiting. And I'm also a member of your court, and I'm doing those things too. Unlike the ones that are directly involved, I have a bit more free time.
Well, now I just feel like an ass.
First time.
No, it's familiar. Hands in pockets.
And now what is the player to do?
Kind of kicking at the ground. Luther. I don't suppose you could write me a note saying that I am in fact old enough.
She smiles a little bit. Oh, of course, Mungo. I can write a perfectly reasonable recommendation that you are old enough and you are okay to go on this adventure outdoors with your professors. He's okay to go on a field trip.
I'm gonna get you fuckers back for this. You're fine.
And as you're standing there and you're just like, she's got jokes. She's got fucking jokes. She turns a little bit and Sir Mir comes walking up to the group and he's just covered in blood. And he just reaches up and he pulls something off himself. And the guards are just looking at him walking through the people are giving him a wide berth, and he walks up and he's like, ma'am, sir. And he reaches over and he pulls a dagger out of his shoulder and tosses it aside.
Did you have
Have fun?
fun?
Oh, I most certainly did have fun. And he reaches over and grabs your hand gently, turns it over, and drops a bunch of teeth in your hand. I stood on his throat as I ripped those from his mouth.
Without mentioning a word to him, I don't care if he cuts me or whatever. I'm giving him a big hug.
It's okay for Cayenne.
I'm sorry, but what he did
Covered in
makes
blood, I
her
don't
happy beyond words because he just got he's getting retribution for
Yes,
what
I
happened
know.
to Sonny.
Yeah. No, I just
He
see
just
that.
reaches out and he hugs you gently, and he just you feel him suddenly, if you want, do an insight, because he just relaxes a lot all of a sudden.
Basically gonna whisper in his ear.
Enough.
You said insight. I'll take a 17.
With that insight, with him relaxing a little bit as you hug him, and he relaxes a little bit, you instantly put two and two together that he's familiar with that your mom probably gave him a lot of hugs as they adventured.
Aww.
And you hugging him basically reminded him of that, a long lost thing that he thought he would never have again.
Aww.
Yeah, no, as soon as she's done hugging, just reach up. It's like, bring it in, big guy.
He just reaches down and pats ruffles your head for a little bit with his hand, and now your hair is like in spiky all different directions from the blood.
Totally okay with that.
And then he kind of like, I was going to make a stew with it. And he reaches in his side pouch, and he takes out an intestine and he puts it around your neck and ties it like an actual tie.
That is so disgusting and sweet.
And all I have to do is lift it up, and suddenly he's lost.
He's like, and the loofah's like, that is one of the most disturbingly disgusting things I've ever seen. Sir Mier, you never fail to impress with your stories and showmanship. Please, go take a shower. He's like, ma'am. And he heads off, and people are still giving him a wide berth. They're like, the fuck is that guy?
Putting the teeth in a safe pocket.
Yeah, I'm, you know. Yeah.
Some of the stuff falls out of the intestine and drips.
Is it the upper or the lower intestine?
Does it fucking make it less gross?
Yes.
Yes!
The teeth you got, yeah, there's some meat
Matters,
attached to a
yeah.
few of them still. The
Greatly
roots.
Some of the gum line in the
Yeah.
root. I like
Yeah, no, I'm cleaning this off, and fucking, I've got to have like a little baggie or something.
Stuff the intestines in one of your pockets.
No, I'm looking for a baggie to put the
You need-
intestines in, and then
you
put
need
it into
to
a bucket.
specify a specific pocket for the yuck item, so you know not to put your
The
hand
one your
in
sister
that
almost
pocket.
threw up in. That way it's kind of
It
already...
can just be the yuck pocket. You don't ever have to worry about that pocket for any other reason. That's just the yuck pocket. So then if someone's rude to you, you can just empty the yuck pocket on their head.
There you go.
As you're leaving the temple,
The yuck
eventually, as you're wandering, you eventually start wandering back up to the upper part, probably to go see if Kippa has a little bit of time to grab like a bite or something, I assume. You get off the gondola and you see Sir Mir standing there talking to a few guards, and he just looks like he's been in a battle.
What happened to you?
You approach him and you say that, and he looks over and he's like, I had fun.
Well, that's good. Are you hurt?
Nothing out of the usual.
Do you have any, like, physical wounds that can be seen?
There's so much blood and gore on him that it looks like he cut his way out of something big. You can do a medicine to try and investigate him.
Is it his blood? Someone else's blood?
Both?
Yes.
Medicine.
The only answer.
That
Yes.
dagger that he took out and threw off the side, can I grab that?
Yeah.
No?
That is a 21.
21. You're looking over him, and yeah, he has various stab wounds.
I will identify that later.
Let me see your hand, Samir.
He just holds his hand out, and
Take it. Lay on hands and
he pulls his hand away quickly. One moment. And he's like, and he motions to this guard, and this guard just looks like white in the face, like, what the fuck do I do with this guy? And the other guard's like, and he hands him his dagger, and Sir Mir stabs himself a little bit, opens up a wound a little bit, hands the dagger back, reaches in and pulls out a broadhead arrow and tosses it aside.
okay.
Then he offers his hand to you.
Lay on hands.
You got anything else inside you there, buddy?
You don't need a scenario like what happens to when an arrow doesn't go through any vital organs on a deer and the bone just kind of grows around the arrow that is still embedded into the body.
You just burn all of your lay on hands.
I am making sure that whatever toxins or anything are there is gone and that it restores some healing, so I'm burning 15 points.
The guards just look petrified as... Yeah, well, they're royal guards. They've never seen anybody just walk up covered in gore and viscera and just do something like this. Much like somebody that deals with nobles. That armor he was wearing that actually looked like he dealt with nobles doesn't look like that anymore.
Alright. That should deal with any potential poisons. I will then go ahead and use Cure Wounds to properly heal him.
You're like, well, that should make a small dent.
Take a bit of the sting off.
You're just gonna do it? You're not gonna like do something like may Bahamut bless you and cure these wounds?
Give him time, he might.
I am. Actually, instead of Cure Wounds, it's probably going to be a prayer of healing.
Okay.
And, yeah, more or less. A little small prayer. Let's see if Bahamut will bestow some healing and warmth to this individual. Because holy
Good for him.
Do a religion.
please.
Huh?
$15.
15? As you do this prayer and you hold on to Samir's hand, you feel like Bahamut has done something before regarding Samir, and it just rattles you to your core. You're like,
Like good or bad?
you can't make it out. It probably wasn't bad, but you're just like, that's a new response.
He's probably at least died once.
Bahamut said, "You're not dying until your oath to me is done. So you enjoy."
Well, that was 15 points of restoration to restore whatever he may have done with the...
You also don't know how old Samir is.
No, I don't. Are you okay?
Is Bahamut
Yeah.
in disguise?
He looks at you and he's like, I'm fine, sir.
Well, that's good at least. Should probably have you get cleaned up.
Might want to check what's going on in there.
Okie dokie.
Oh, no, he found something.
Oh, that's...
One of those clips. One of the bag clips.
Despartas.
Playing with like random trinkets a lot recently.
So, yeah.
It's Seems
I
like,
assume that your
seems like the
little quest was very
Hunter's
successful.
kitty
You are
found a
still
toy.
alive. You look like you got into a fight with
Smoothing
a
out the
bunch of
Moving
undead.
up the rock.
It wasn't undead, but they are most certainly dead now, sir.
That's good, I think. Yeah. Well, let's go and see about getting you cleaned up.
And he just kind of nods a bit, as you will.
Follow behind him.
Sir Mir, terrifying. And as you head off in that direction, and you collect the dagger was actually slightly bent from going in.
Jesus!
And there's like a slight serration on it. Oh yeah.
Cayenne would be spending time with Alufa. I didn't know if Mongo was going to try to go back to the potion place, or if he was going to...
Probably just hang out with
Slap
you
the
guys.
pig. Look,
Yeah.
bitch.
Yeah. And yeah, you can ask Alufa about her class if you want quickly before we sign off for the night.
Hell yeah.
All right, go ahead. You do get to the tinker's place, and you have to take a number.
Get your...
Okay.
They only allow a certain amount of people in at a time, and
Makes
you have
sense.
to take a number. But you're excited because there's like all these like underground tinkers there. You see what looks to be like a lizard folk, and they're looking in every direction, and they is some sort of chameleon-like creature.
Oh, that's cool.
And they got like these Coke bottle glasses on as they look in every direction. They're like almost fisheye lenses, essentially.
Round glass.
Yeah.
That is great.
That's pretty
Can
dope.
this player wants to know, are they like a panther chameleon? Or Jackson's chameleon?
Jackson's.
With the 3 horns?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
I'll even sweeten the pot for you. There's metal on the edge of them, and there's wires coming back, and they can do a crank to electrify their horns.
That's dope.
They're like Tesla coil.
Yes.
That's fucking awesome.
Clear.
So, go ahead and ask the burning question you want to ask Alufa there.
Lufa, it's something
Mongo.
I've always wanted to ask you.
Oh, actually, we were requested per even Kippa, Sir Mango.
Are you sure that was from Kippa and not Coin?
Yes, she was so tickled by it that she actually has asked everyone at the court to refer to you as Mango.
I would take that as a compliment, though. Everyone loves mango.
The question is, did Coin implant
Can't
that
say
as a
I'm wrong.
memory into Kippa?
I
Or
meet very few people who hate mango.
You're just like,
It's also getting to the point where I literally made a note about the dagger and I almost hit an A instead of an O. So what is it, melting around Noon Shintle Oasis?
At means generation? About?
a boot? So go ahead.
Anyway, there's something that I've always wanted to ask you. Since you went to the school, what type of wizard specifically are you? Transmutation, divination?
Oh,
I never got to find out, and I've always wondered. I know Plume Tree's a, chronomancer.
I thought Plume Tree was special.
That's a word.
He is
Uh,
timely.
I'm a celestial wizard.
Pull the book out.
What is a celestial wizard?
Looking through for that word. Not finding it.
404 class not found.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you said celestial.
Yes. You actually like tear a page. Fuck.
Man, keep going. I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with that. What page?
Is that all?
Oh, it's not really documented as there's so few
Oh,
that celestial wizards, we deal with the stars. You pull your energy from the ley lines and the world around you, whereas we pull it from the stars themselves in the astral plane.
that is fucking fascinating. How do you do that?
You're born with it. You just are different with how you pull energy from the day you are conceived.
There's a joke there.
I remember when I was first choosing my circle to become a druid, that I was looking at the circle of stars before.
Yeah, well, that's... Because I really want to know more about it, because apparently, and I've still got to check with a couple others, I know when it came to me anyway, my parents did something, and I don't know if they did it for Sunny either, but apparently I'm unbound.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly what all that means. And I don't know if I can switch between a lot of them. I don't know if I can do that with yours.
You might not be able to because we're so different. As I mentioned, how you pull your energy determines how and where you're going to go. I can't do any things that you do. Mine are all different.
I haven't done much with what I can do, to be entirely honest.
You'll get there. All of mine is pulling energy from the stars and the astral seas and the things that are tied to those. I can't do anything that normal wizards do. It's vastly different, and it's very hard for me to formulate an equivalent. It's very easy to understand what you do. I've studied all the various schools and I have them memorized. And the spells that go to them, I just can't do them because it's not the same energies.
Huh.
For example, using a necromancy spell of Drain Life. Mine isn't draining life, mine is draining the very essence of your being.
Not killing
Sounds
you.
way worse.
You're becoming undone.
Yeah,
It's not that you're dying, it's that you're ceasing to
You
exist.
yeah.
You're not coming back as a ghost because there's nothing left.
Whereas your kind uses fireball. I literally throw a small star at someone and it explodes.
Oh my god. That's utterly fascinating. I'm writing all of this down.
For example, I'm sure he uses Mage Hand. I don't use Mage Hand. I literally reach out into the astral plane to manipulate things. What the fuck? You just go full robot man. That's all it says. What the fuck? What the fuck?
What the meowing fuck?
So, as you speak to her and you hang out with her and you go with Sir Mir to get him cleaned up and everything. And
I'm waiting in line.
and before we finish the night, your sister nudges you very gently. And
I'm actually
I-
looking at her, but she's shorter than what's up?
she just kind of, oh, looks like we're next.
Sweet.
And you realize that she had stolen someone ahead of us in line, their number, and switched it with your number. No one's ever taught her to not commit crimes, even if, in the fact that she's a noble and she can't do that. This gets her in way more trouble. And that's where we're going to leave off for the night. And you're going to have to deal with that. You can undo it right there on the spot, or
I
deal
still
with
want
it.
her to
Yeah.
have a level of
I'd have to notice the number difference.
Do it a perception.
We'll see if this is a thing next week, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. That's an 11.
You notice that your number is a lot shorter now.
Oh.
And you do spot out a corner someone going like... So?
We'll deal with that when we get
Yep.
to next week.
Yep, we will. We're going to finish off there for the night. Call it a night. Thank you for joining us and tuning in and dealing with our technical issues. Again, Mongo's to blame. Reach out on our Discord. Yell at him about it because it's his fault.
It's not.
Actually, no. It's actually Scabbard's fault because he's terrible with dealing with goblins and gremlins. So, we'll thank you for tuning in. Hope you have a safe week. Hope to see
Thanks
you
for
next
taking the
week.
call.
You have a good night.
Wait a minute now.
Good night, everybody.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
What?